Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, 15th of March 2023, and we're back in Factorio again today, continuing our modded factory run. Pretty good progress in the last session. I was happy with it at least. In a very kind of dirty, messy way, we got some production science packs being manufactured and plugged in, and researched a couple of extra bits of technology that I wanted before we start like a big program of refitting and tidying up everything that we've got so far. So the kind of forward progression through the pack would be possible to just keep going in a messy way, and in the same way we did the last few things, just keep doing that again and again, and probably even make it to the end of the pack with a real big spaghetti mess. But that's definitely not my style, as I'm sure you're aware if you've been following the series so far. So yeah, I would like to go back to some of the things that we made a while ago and redo them, having learned the lessons over, things we made more recently. So tidy things up, streamline things, change the way different things are divided around the map, make things a little prettier by using some of the flooring that we've had available for ages and never used, and set ourselves up to kind of move forward to the next tier of technology, the blue belt, assembly machine 3s, start connecting up nuclear power, nuclear trains, because we've got those research. So various things we can move forward as we tidy up, but in general like a phase of expansion and scaling up what we've got so far before we add in more things, and it should give us a much better foundation to streamline those next stages. Hopefully, don't really know what the next stages are completely, so who knows, but it definitely should provide a better foundation for keeping my mind straight as we approach those things. So a few sessions to come of tidying things up, redoing production, but with the next tier. So let's hop back into the factory and make a plan of attack for today's session. So we at the end of the last session did start putting in some of the missing squares around the place. Hello Tens Dungeon, welcome in, thank you very much for the raid, lovely to see you again. Welcome in raiders as well, hope you've had a great stream, enjoyed it. If you've had a good time with Tens Dungeon and you haven't already, there is a button to follow their channel in the chat now. You can do that, show some support if you had a good time there. Welcome in. I've literally just started, so I was just going to go through what the plan is for today, which should be a pretty chill one today, actually pretty simple things to work on. We've got a 5x5 grid of train squares to work in initially. There's some up in the top corner that just need building. We need to take the bits over and make them. We need a lot of landfill to fill in the water here, and we need to set up production of some water fill so that I can put the pools where I want them, keep things a bit tidier. Then if we're going to start like redoing the mall, for example, the mall here that makes like inserters and belts, I would like to make it in blue belt. There's not much point in redoing it in red belt in order to make the blue belt and then immediately redoing it again. So I think we set up a bit of a messy bolt-on up the top here to convert a current red production into the blue tier, and likewise turn the assembly machine 2s into assembly machine 3s. Just nice and messy here, and then we'll have that building up as we actually put like the rail into place and stuff. We'll have some available to start moving things. So when we set up the new production of blue belt, it'll be with blue belt and assembly machine 3 and a much better deal. So that and water fill, I'd like to start sorting those out first. Then we'll grab the rail and stuff and start making the grid and filling in the spaces and stuff like that while we build up a bit of stock to work with. So I should have in the planner this square. It's M51, yeah. The numbers, at least the plan is broken, but the total numbers we're currently making will give us a base to work from. So if I add in a new plan for blue stuff, We're currently making 90 red transport belt, so I don't necessarily need to get everything perfect. I just want to consume up to 90, not beyond that, which is simple enough. It's one machine for making steel gear wheels and lubricant. Okay, that's not currently here, so that's interesting. 45 underground, 45 splitters. Are the same numbers, yet, and one of them, two of them. Interesting. We might just do half that. We would need a whole bunch more blue belt. Yeah, we may change how we do that. Not there, drop into there, pop that out. 20 machines making steel gear wheels is a bit overkill for just a temporary little thing. Then the splitters, 2 machines doing that is fine. And the components, don't think they're already on the belt here. It's not too bad. It's just needing that much blue belt to feed into the undergrounds is a bit much for what I was planning, but we can do it if we need to. Do it even if we don't need to, but there we go. We're going to need, I mean, stuff we've already got. Not sure about plastic, glass and silicon, or whether we already have components around the place. Doesn't look like it, so there's no plastic here. There's glass, but no silicon. So they're, I guess, terminating down here somewhere. Yeah. We do have silicon being unloaded. And plastic. So we can change that and then bring them over. That's fine. In fact, let's split them. Forward one. Like that. Going to bring them forward. And then, yeah, have a problem. Well, we're just making a mess at the moment on purpose, so it's no big deal. We can bring them over. I think this line should be clear. See how far we get. To pick up some power poles to finish that. This should be okay. Can we... We'll go forward one, I can bridge that whole thing. And I need more belt as well. Let's grab a few bits and pieces then. There they are. That'll do us for a while, I'm sure. Not perfectly neat or anything, but those are there now. We can do whatever we need to do and feed it however we need to do it. Because it's all getting torn down in the next couple of sessions anyway, so no big deal. Lubricant we need to arrange to be delivered. Everything else we have available. The amount we have available might be wrong, but that's not terribly important. Not too worried if we're underproducing or whatever. Doesn't matter. So let's... I'm pretty sure the station in the north is free. Yeah, we'll bring the lubricant in here. Keeps it simple. Rather than trying to rebalance the outputs from a different line. A different station, I mean. In theory, I should balance this with the circuit network balancing that we sorted out last time. Where did I do that? Is it this? No. Say station. Ah, here we go. It's not really necessary, as this is both temporary and only one item, but, you know, best practice and all that. Can I copy paste without making a mess? Looks like it. It's not going to be perfect, and I need to make myself some combinators of various types. Eight of them and 9 of them, I think. And that can all go like that, that's fine. We just need to change that. It's going to be barrel of lubricant. And we need to change the combinators likewise. On the page. There we go. Can I copy paste that? Should be able to. That one's fine, it's just using eaches rather than specific, but that one needs changing. Good, those poles need to be the bigger ones in order to power those combinators, I remember. The red signal is connected in fine, but the green, use satellite mode, need to feed from there to there. One by one, I think. Should be good. And then we can continue the red line up here. Configure this station properly. I have discovered while playing around various other things in Factorio that this like minimum and maximum train length, I didn't think they would be relevant, and they're probably not, because all of our trains are the same, it really isn't necessary, but the maximum number of trains is very important to us. We could increase it. It limits the instructions given using this station, so if we've got a station where 5 different things are being unloaded, and we've told it a maximum of 1 train is allowed there, and all 5 are required, like it's a new station, 1 train will be sent to get the first product and bring it to that station, and the second train won't be sent to get the second product until the first train has finished delivering. In theory, that second train could set off, because by the time it's made its journey and got to the delivery point, it'll be free. And even if it's not, we can wait and not block the route, in theory, depending on whether they wait on the bypass or the inside, but we might speed things up if we do have a problem in the future, which I doubt we will, but if we do, we might be able to speed the network up by allowing 2 instructions at a time, or even more. I want to request the barrels of lubricant. How many do we want? Can never remember the numbers. We want to trigger when we've got 2 rows, so that's 200 by 8, so 1600. Wrong one. That one at 1. That one at minus 1600. Like that. There we go. Instruction is sent. Good, so that's on its way. We just need to unbarrel it here. And get rid of the barrels somehow. Which I will probably just crush them. One going to be enough. Assume it will be if we combined. I mean, that's the biggest 4,500 from emptying barrels. Yeah, half a machine would do the job, which is fine. That's unnecessary. Empty lubricant barrel into a tank, which we'll need to go get one. Then barrels come out. What we've done before is recycle and then crush the steel, or feed the steel back in, and if it's not wanted, crush it. But that seems like we know we've got a surplus of steel here, a big one, so seems unnecessary. Just crush the barrels immediately if I've got a few spare ones. Which, yeah, never fit anywhere well. Let's go with there to there. Could be fine. We'll need to go get the tank and other pipe bits to get this plugged in ultimately. Lewis. Just going to run the line down to the vague area where we're going to be working and then can start getting it sorted. Do. Okay. So the simple one is just the belt. We need 4 machines making gear wheels, which we can put wherever really. And then one can go there, making the blue belt. Steel gear wheel. It's there. That is steel. That there. What is that in terms of belts? 0.2, no issue then. Put them in there and then bring some of the lubricant into here. Somehow. Let's go with there. Email that fits, so that's fine. And the red belt. Could have done with doing it one away so that chest could feed into it. I'll stop feeding it into the chest and start feeding it out of the chest, really. That will prioritise the near side, so that should work. And yeah, output that into its own chest. Looks like it's, yeah, going to work relatively fast. Not bad. The steel gear wheels aren't really going in fast enough. Which, easiest way to fix that is with a loader. Yeah, good. I'll have plenty of blue belt. The other bits are down here, which is not a great spot for them. We can bring them out. It's no big deal. What's the easiest is going to be splitters of the two. So we need 4 machines making electronic components, 2 making steel gear wheels. going to be quite messy whatever we do. Shouldn't worry myself too much about it. Is there steel here? No. Okay. Let's pull this line maybe. Steel in, wheels out, and then it'll be pretty ugly whatever we do. Let's might as well share that belt, put them on the inside. Bring over the things needed for this, so glass, plastic and silicon. Glass is down here, which is the most awkward one. Looks like here might work. To there, and then just makes it good. There's your glass, and the other two are over here. Ooh, not that. Didn't really need to run them both over here. Could have split the belt, combined the belt earlier. Oh well. There's that. We need to get the splitters out as well, which looks like there. Gonna be the best bet on that. And then just two machines to add all that together. Where... nice and messy. They'll go in there. They're all good for there, though I'll give them two grabbers. Two different things on the belt will help. They can come out. Just over here. Yeah. Nice if we can get all of them put in, fed in somehow. Our best bet would be moving the chest up here and then limiting it so it doesn't fill all the way up. Get these fed through gradually. Limit the hole? No. Need one empty to make it go in at all. But that's good. Okay, that's belt and splitter, so now we need underground. It's going to be fine to pull them out of there somehow, and then I guess we'll be over here. We're going to need 20 machines making gear wheels. Exactly one belt in and one belt out, which is nice. Where can we put them? Just here? Maybe over one. And then, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I know it won't go well. Let's put them here. Okay. That's for steel gear wheel. We need to bring their own line over, of course, which we won't have enough steel to do that, I doubt. With only a belt here, and we're asking for a full one to do that, so it won't go at full speed. It's not a big deal, though. In fact, if we know it's not going at full speed, why don't we intentionally halve it? Because we know. So you can bring a line. I can share this one. That'll be fine. And yeah, I'll use half a belt so we don't need to balance or anything. There's them. 5 machines will then make the belt, which, yeah, interesting. We would then need to also make more red belt to feed into it, and more yellow, and so on and so on. So this isn't actually... It doesn't actually matter at all. It's way behind the numbers. Fine. Just grab them from there, and it'll be what it is. Just do a couple machines. Making blue belts. Yes, I think. These back down. But they needed a loader on the other side, so that's... Well, let's give them 2 inserters in. And then... That's not going to work, really. Unless we get the lubricant in or out some other way. Which is, yeah, not going to happen. So this one, you know, we're not trying to do it neat and tidy, so that gets them in. Except that then doesn't fit. Fine. Just need to do a big loopy thing. And then get this belt out. There we go. And into, yeah, whatever. A machine, whatever. Making that one, which just needs that and the ones from down here. Feed up there somehow. This is clear. Yeah, might make it. It'll get there. Good, and that out into its own chest. Okay, that's, you know, each blue thing available for that. Loaders as well. Let's take a look at it. Red ones are here. And the number really just doesn't matter, I guess, because it's not going to be that. Whatever I do. Have it the same just to see it. They need big electric motor adding. Ooh, and blue processing unit. Interesting. None of it impossible, but just difficult. And then the lubricant, yeah. Sulfuric acid and rare metals are here. Or sulfur is. Not sure there's any... Well, there's that water, I guess. It can be done. And, you know, slowly, but that's good enough because we're going to spend so much time making railways that it'll build some up that we can then use to produce the real production of it somewhere else. So rare metals are there. Sulfur just needs bringing further because it's coming from the east. But that's fine. We can do it. We're not going to do 100 assembly machines making big electric motors though. Not sure we're even going to do that when we do it properly. Well, we will, because I'll want more loaders, but that's a lot. A hell of a lot. Not going to do it now. Maybe 10%? 10 machines doing that? 6 machines doing them? Let's try it. I'm encroaching over things now because I also want to do the assembly machines and they're right here. But we'll see how that goes. These are making big electric motors. Might be a bit of a squeeze for them actually. Might not work. What do they need? Steel, green circuits and electric motors. And then we need an output. Which, yeah, we can do this. Messy, but we can do it. I need more inserters than that, but yeah, they can just go slow. Whatever. Steel, which we've got here. Apparently I need some splitters. Must have fed them in. Just scoop a few from here. Keep us moving. So yeah, that can be steel. And then... Oh, those are the little motors we're after. We just need green circuits, which are also here. Okay, everything's just sat here helpfully. There we go. Get that lubricant plugged in. Simple enough. On these belts all the way up. And then, yeah, deal with the outputs. So, what I'm going to do is have a splitter at the top here. That is taking steel gear wheels. If I can find them. Should be on this page. There they are. To the left, yep, and then the right. We will get the electric motors out. Be bigger. Ah, no, that won't work. It'll try and put them further over. Okay. Okay. Can't get them out then. Unless we make a real mess. That's not too bad. Sure, we can do that. They'll all end up on that side and go that way. Yeah, that's good. It's all good. 6 machines making these, so red circuit, rare metal, sulfuric acid. I'm going to need a chemical plant to make the acid in. Charge just here. Might move them over. I think we've run out of what we can squeeze. Probably. Yeah, because it's all new stuff. A chemical plant here. make the acid. We'll steal some of this water, which is a very small amount, probably not enough, but it'll do for now. Sulfur and iron plate. Where have we got them? We've got sulfur mixed in over here. We can split it off, bring it over. If I go get more undergrounds.
Yep.
Iron plate. We're pulling here. That'll work. Then piped together. And rare metals and red circuits. Yeah, split off and up there somehow. That's the red circuit, the rare metal, kind of in line with the pole, but let's go with there. Oh, it is going that way. Oh, that's a surprise. Don't know where it's coming from then. Okay, no big deal. Bring them together. And then, yeah, up here. Wiggly wiggly spaghetti. And that's fine. Does the job. Like I say, it's all getting torn down soon enough. I won't bother me. They can come out this side. Gradually. It's going to be making like, yeah, very few per minute. Maybe one per minute, but that's something to start with. So we just need to take the red ones, add these together, one machine. Might as well go there, why not? We can bind them somehow. Yeah, not neatly. Like that. This is making blue loaders. There we go. Also needs the lubricant plugging in somehow. That'll do. And then red ones need bringing up from there. Again, not great. But that'll do the job. And then out into a box. Gradually. Same as we've done elsewhere, would be nice to get the current ones upgraded rather than abandoned forever. You know, where we can. So yeah, it's going to be pretty slow with so few blue circuits being made. They want 5 per second and we're nowhere near that, so yeah. But that's fine. I mean, there's not much point in doing anything about it. We don't have the space here to be putting together 160 machines just for this. We'll do that in the real place for them in the future. So the only other thing is assembly machine 3s. I'm currently doing 22. Also needs big electric motors. Concrete. Steel gear wheel. Okay. Little complicated then. Electric motor and concrete are the only concerning ones there. They want steel and steel gear wheel, which is annoying. It's 20 machines making big electric motors. So another 10 maybe, unless we just halve this again and slow everything down to do it. Rather not though. Can I just copy all that, bring it over here somehow, some fashion? Not really, because those outputs won't fit there. Okay. Move it over one then. And we will need, yeah, a bigger pole, sure. Not ideal. It's going to be interesting when we come to do that properly. See what it looks like in the end. I want to just take these lines. They may not be enough, but whatever. They are what we've got. Do you kind of want to swap them? Nah, don't matter. Probably better this way, actually. Okay, that's for them then. And then they're going to put there. Just need to get the lubricant actually plugged in. Good. So again, we're doing about half, so 2 machines making concrete, which very, very annoying. How about, oh, there's concrete being made here. Only 1 machine's worth, but we could just steal that. Again, I mean, things will be going slowly, but oh well. Doesn't quite fit there, so I'm going to move that box of pulverizers to there. No, cause it to actually take some, which is annoying, but oh well. It'll do something. So we then need to bring steel over as well. Oh, which is already here at the end of this line. Okay. So if I just put... It's like 1 machine. And 1 machine, really. This one making steel gear wheel. Bring the steel down. Make them. On the near? No. Bring that to there. On the near. Feed it into there. Something. That, and that. It is very messy, but, you know. So is everything we did in the last session, really. It's no worse than that. So these want to go the other way. Down to here. And then advanced circuits are over here already. Some of them. Filter them off to the right. And then we just need the assembly machine 2s. which in this case, I'm inclined not to like belt them up or anything. We don't need that many machines to rebuild this where it belongs. Like that 2.5 almost thousand is probably going to be enough to get us off the ground, and then when they're made in the correct place, we'll let them make more. But that's fine. We're making some. We're making some loaders very slowly. Could be a problem. Some underground, some splitters, some belt. That's all good. Having a box's worth when we come to actually starting will be brilliant. So that ad hoc production of them is all good. I do also want to make some water fill so we can do that prettier all around the place. We have different options, different colours, different depths. I mean, deep might look nice. Top level, sorry. Which just takes medium plus water. Sure, medium takes shallow, and shallow is the one you actually make. Okay, that all makes sense. How much do we actually want to make? Doesn't really matter. What is this? 0.44 a machine? .02 a machine. I mean, we can use next machine up. We've got some. Which that plus a quarter of it, so 37.5 per minute. Sure. Not a huge fan of that. Plus concrete, plus cliff explosives, which are in turn made from all sorts of stuff. Empty barrel. Not brick, we got that. Stick and sand. I think I'd like to reduce it until that chemical plant is just 1. And that'll be enough, you know. 6 per minute. 1 every... It's not bad. It's not good, but it's something, you know. We'll need a lot more than that, but to start with, that's enough. So it's like 1 machine doing each thing. We want somewhere where we've got coal and sulfur and sand together, really, or somewhere we're already making concrete that also has sulfur. And coal. Coal's the outlier, the one we don't have anywhere, really. Didn't bring coal up here, did we? Because this is where we got some concrete. No. Okay. We have some concrete here, but we've just kind of used that, so I don't really want to use it again. And then there's no coal here either. Interesting. So we've definitely got coal over here because we need it for the grenades for the research pack. Here. We got sulfur. But we don't have concrete. Or sand. But we put a filter there to get the grenades. And then the only real spot is here next to the rocket, which is a weird spot for it, but you know, oh well. Explosives are coal, sulfur and water. So I need the coal as well. There's... just make it messy, like I say. Even this bit's going to get torn down and redone, because the machines want changing and the production rate I want to reduce anyway. Sulfur. over. And then water should be, yeah, on a pipeline here. That'll work. Around them. Meet the grenades here. So that's grenade and explosive. You just need to make a barrel, put them both in to make cliff explosives. It's not the best spot for that. Could we go... Go there and there if we change that to a loader. Making cliff explosive. Wherever that is. Search. Oh, it's in military. Yeah, okay. And then we just need steel. Over here, and I need more undergrounds. You're making barrels. Okay, let's go get some more underground. Not moving quickly. It is working? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Yeah, the rate that we're making belt is slow. We knew it was. Yeah, that's fine. Whereabouts was I? Up a bit? Yeah. With explosive, and then, yeah, concrete. Can't really do that over here, can I? Need a pulverizer, which I happen to have picked one up. Making sand, and then iron stick, stone, brick, and water. None of which is really anywhere near. There's stone brick. Iron is there. It's not bad. And water. Don't know where that ended. Down here. Let's... Yeah, there's already a mess over there. Just run it from up here. Nice if they just plug straight into it there. We can do there. Let's move that inserter over one. Yeah. Wrong thing. Iron beam, not iron stick. Where did I... That says iron stick. What's that for? I'm making the wrong thing? Yeah, that's refined concrete. We want regular concrete. And we do want iron stick. That's more like it. Okay. Explosives over there, concrete there. Then we just add water. No idea if there's even enough water left in these pipes. I mean, they're full, but who knows. A machine for each. Feeding into each other would be nice. I mean, up here leaves a long belt of concrete or a long belt of explosives. Let's go here. Bring this concrete over. Lines up not bad. Just load of that in to make shallow water fill. Yeah. Into medium water fill. Into deep water fill, which maybe I'd be happy with a medium one, and this is... It's only taking one in. Like if I was happy with the shallow, that'd be the cheapest way, because this is turning two into one. Like 2 tiles worth of water into 1 tile of water. But I don't think it'll look right, the shallow one. The deeper one would look nicer, in my opinion. That one doesn't actually need any water going in, that's helpful. Do that. Just need to get the water to these somehow. Maybe that does matter. Do that. Get the water plugged in down here somehow. Where is it? It's over there, or it's over here. Let's go with that. That under, but actually I don't even need those cards. But yeah, for a long time. That is making shallow water fill. Slowly. Yeah. Gonna want, you know, like we do with landfill, gonna want quite a lot. I only want to put little squares in, but still. 10 seconds, you've got to go. No problem at all. Thank you for stopping by. Really do appreciate raiding in. Nice to see you again. Have a good one, whatever you're up to next. I just need to take these out, I guess, and put them safekeeping somewhere. That'll be alright. A whole mess now, but we've got deep water fill, we've got blue belt, underground splitter, loader, and automation machine 3 being made, so we'll have like a chest full of each by the time we're ready to actually build with it, hopefully. So we'll just leave those machines going, I guess. Let's clear up my inventory and then carry on making those rail grids in the northeast that need finishing off. What have we got here? I want to keep crushers safe. Rest is all still available. No extra rail there, so I want to keep the rail related things. Fuel for my jetpack. Bots for building, that's rail related. Coil is related. Power poles, we're going to need more than that. They can all go in here for now. We'll get new ones. Get blue ones of all this when we're ready. That's fine. Stock up, because it's obviously not enough of everything. Another stink of them. Quite a lot of them. Head up to the rail mall. Got them. Get some more of them. Not sure how many we'll need. Station-wise, we'll need some combinators. Not have enough of them really, but we need a lot more regular signals. A whole bunch of rail. We'll just grab what's in there. We'll do the flooring stuff soon. We're not making stations yet. I reckon that's it. Yep, let's head east and start, or finish, building the ones we've zoned in. So this station is N52 West. Good. I reckon that's everything we need to... I mean, I can get rid of that now that I've pieced it together. We'll redo the planning with the correct numbers when we come to the actual location of those things. It should do us for starting to set things up when we come to that. Is probably what I'll do first when it does come to building in the next squares, is do the that part of them all again, the logistical items, inserters, belts at the blue level. Then yeah, not sure how we're going to separate out. Like, will automation machines, what are they called? Assembly machines, be in the same square as those things anymore? If we want to scale up especially. I think it probably will still fit a lot of different things. Even with some scaling up, because we've got the better machine, the faster machine and stuff, we can probably fit more stuff, or the same amount of stuff at least. Might separate out some of it, though some of the stuff that's there could do with being separate, just for simplicity. Or might just do things on this page in one square, and then the things from this page on a different square. It's all okay for now. I'm going to keep heading east and then we'll do that middle spur. No, one square at a time. A lot of trees there actually I want to get rid of. To have rid of them. This side I should be over. Let's get the poles done properly. Get these trees out too, actually. Should have found a way to get an instruction to the bots to clear literally everything when we stamped the square down, so it wiped everything out. Weren't really in a position to do it, I guess, at the start of the game, but now I would like to strip it all out. Here on the left, this one needs to come out. That's better. This was N52, yeah. There's not too many signals there. That one. That one should be there. That one should be there. And that one should be there. No. Yeah, that's right. And the landfill was wide enough. Perfect. That is O52 West. Right, in O52 West. Yep, that's right. That signal doesn't belong there. Trees down here as well. Let's get rid of them. Carry on this way to finish off this square. Which means, hang on, didn't cut the ones that need taking away here. That That's good. And then these ones need taking out here. That is O52, no, it's N52 south. And here, those signals and these ones. There we go. Around the corner for the last bit, which means taking out these signals. That should do that. One there to take out as well. There we go. That's that square done. Perfect. Let's head east and do the next one. Double checked as I went. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I did do that right. Good. And that's done. Yep, good. Last few poles and we can go around the corner. Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Hope you're good today. Ooh, 52 north. Yeah. What's being slow? Maybe I just ran too fast. Ooh, a whole mess of stuff here. I already see in the night time, but try and clear out all these trees without clearing out the rail. New playset update, yes. A plate update. Though I was happy to see there's no new recipes. I didn't have to immediately jump to recording. I wasn't particularly clear on what they had done. Just seems like a new map mode with yeah, some changes that I didn't understand why. But also some quality of life, I think, which is always welcome. Like save files have finally been put in, which is brilliant. Yeah, save slots is nice to have. I think I'm managing to clear most of this forest out. Jeez. Did I build everything? Yeah, looks good. Keep clearing all of it, actually. Why not? While we're here. While we're doing most of it. Might as well do all of it. Oops. Blueprint cabinets, yeah, to see what's in them, yeah. It's all good. You know, any quality of life is a good thing to put in, even if it's not something I would use. I'm glad to see them doing it. It just, yeah, seems like it could have just been a patch or whatever that added those quality of life things rather than like a major update announcement with a new high-speed playing mode or whatever it was. Turbo mode. I'm sure someone's having fun with it though. Must be. Someone must have said they wanted it, otherwise they wouldn't have done it, I guess. Good on everything. Yeah, looks good. Power poles are running a bit low. Going back up here, so we'll head west, finish this square off. Which is nice. Kind of like the slow pace of the first, yeah, of the re-overtime. Named that already. Maybe we placed it when we're doing the one below here. Still got to get round the corner to finish this square off. And do the landfill to really finish it off, but that's another task. That's good, that's all good. Yeah, so it's just part of this square below us that needs finishing as well. And then we'll have done our 5x5 initial grid. Do need to expand beyond it, probably. I think as we rearrange things we will find we need even more squares. Need to work out where we put the next depot and stuff like that to keep everything connected. It's all cleared out. So what's this? This is 051 west. All the industry we've been doing here, I thought we'd have killed off all the trees by now. Maybe we need to do more. What are we doing? Yes, it's time for more power generation, that's for sure. Those signals need to come out. We'll, I mean, we should be able to do a few bits and pieces and then get nuclear fuel cells being manufactured as part of this overhaul. I believe that's what's needed to fuel the nuclear powered locomotives, so we'll want them for that as well as nuclear power, which we can then take a look at doing for our next kick of energy. Be interesting to see how much we can generate in the same space we're currently using for the biomethanol type. We need more landfill here. Didn't notice that. Let's take these signals out. It's a good quality of life update. Think they left the rest of the modders now. Yeah, possibly. New recipes and stuff would make sense. So just let the modders do it. Provide the tools and let the modders do it. But, don't know. I guess there aren't many holidays left to come that PlayTub wasn't out for, you know, in the last time it came around. It may well find an excuse though. With American food on 4th of July update. Run out of power poles. We need landfill and power poles to finish this one off. So we'll do what we can and then we can come back with them things. Clear out all the junk on the way back. You could go in. Next ring out wouldn't be too hard to build in either. At some point we hit some pretty big pools of water, which we're just going to fill in, I think. It's the general plan. Not too concerned by it. Okay, that's that. So, yeah, clear all this out, get power poles, get landfill. And no, I can't clear it all out, need a bit of rail to finish that off. So okay, we'll just clear out the junk bits. And get some landfill and some power poles. Yeah, they're crushing. That's all good. Just on the way past. 100 machines, not bad. 7 loaders, pretty bad. Not enough red circuits because I've done a very silly. Let's just remove the filter. I'll send some unnecessary rare metals there, but it's not a big deal. Glad I checked in on everything. Almost a chest to them, full chest to them, and not so many of them, but getting there. When borscht? Yeah. Well, when's National Borscht Day? Or International Borscht Day? Pierogi, yeah, probably too similar to dumplings for them to do it. Yeah. Poland every day is National Borscht Day. One over this way still, isn't it? There we go. It's reasonable. It's still not really enough landfill. Christmas and Easter, yeah, I don't know. I would see the devs releasing as many updates as they can, as often as they can, and if that means putting arbitrary recipes in, then they will. But I don't know what they would do for, like, Easter or something. Pancake waffles and tacos, yeah. Maybe there'll be a Cinco de Mayo update. Maybe there'll be a 4th of July and then, don't know. Yeah, Jesus' flesh. The communion wafer. Everyone who comes in needs a wafer and a wine. To fill in the bit where we're building first, not get distracted. Then if I've got leftover, we can fill the rest in. Imagine a bar in plate up. Yeah, I don't know. You know, what's missing still? I think something like pancakes or waffles is a simple one to add because there are already flour and eggs in the game. And so I would like to see things like that. More recipes with the ingredients that exist being used to their... You know, for the missing interactions. Rather than, you know, mandarin orange, for example, adding a single item that does a single recipe. Just for starters, yeah, not such a fan of that. Drunk lads. See, that's a good idea. You know, some random effect for people who are drunken. How their patience changes. Or your patience changes. Is that's fully full? Fully filled? Yep. Perfect. I don't want to stamp the blueprint again because it will overwrite the names of the stations. I'm going to try and do this freehand here. Could be a complete disaster. We'll see. See, two separate queues, two separate order areas. Yeah. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, one is like a bar where you have to serve them drinks. I kind of like that idea. So instead of a coffee table, it's a bar, and you can serve drinks to increase their patience or something. And then when their table is free, they go in for dinner, and that's where you serve food. So the signals, you just go in line with these ones. That should be a chain because it's the entrance to this junction, which means that should be a chain as well. Interesting. So that's wrong on every part of the world. Both lanes going into a junction should be chain signals, yeah. Okay, we're going to have to check all of them then. Oops. That's there, so that's that bit done. Okay, it's not too big of a deal. Better to check it now and then find some way of updating our blueprint, which I might do separately in the future. You know, do it in like a sandbox map and then import it into this one. Let's get these poles done and then we'll go back and forth checking the signals all the way across the world. Check the north-south ones while I'm here as well. That's fine, yeah. Interesting, actually, the way that it... The blueprint's not the perfect way of doing it, but we're fine. Because that one should be a chain. For when we stamp the one next to it, it won't. That's probably why it's happened. So yeah, we'll need to check every which direction. But, you know, for now, we've built in our 5x5 grid completely now, which is good. Can start putting some of these squares to use. So I'm going to go across, and entrance to every junction should be 2 chain signals. And that robot is... dunno. Up to something. 2 chain signals. 2 chain signals here, yeah. This way's fine. It's probably something that I was supposed to change every time we stamp it down, but forgot or something somewhere along the way. Just ended up not doing it. It's fine. How much fuel have I got? I'll have enough for this. That's fine. That's the edge. So we'll go down. Oh, the robot's gone loose again. They should be chained, yeah. And them, yeah. Good. Being this way, that should be a chain signal. And those are, and then that one, and those are. So I think we're going to find that all the way across. That one and that one. Yeah, They do need to be. A little re out of the way, didn't notice that before, obviously. There. I'd did this whole world up with robo port coverage, and we could have done this easier, but I don't want to. They're good. They're good. That one we've done. That's probably where we spotted the problem to begin with. That is not needed. Worry that might be what the robots were building up the top as well. Oh well. It's not a big deal if some of the signals are wrong, you know. If the network's working and flowing, then we don't have a problem, and if it stops and there are issues, then we can troubleshoot them and see if it's like a bad signal or if it is a more fundamental issue, then see about redesigning. I would love to just shrink the whole thing down, but I think it's way too late for doing that. And not a big deal at all. So that one. The ones going down are fine. Interesting. Seem fine. The robot's doing something I missed over there. That one is done. That one doesn't need doing. That one needs doing. Ah. Okay. I haven't really been paying much attention to that side of the road, because it seemed fine. Uh-oh. That one's fine. Maybe just this line we're working on next is going to be a bit different. No big deal. They're fine. They're not. Yeah, it's different. Interesting. I think we've stamped something here. Like after building it, a bunch of ghosts have reappeared or something. Don't need them. That's good. That's not. That's good. That's not. No ghosts. That's okay. I wonder why these ones are different. Interesting. Fix that one and that one. Gonna have, yeah, got plenty. That's good. And that's just in the wrong spot. Should be there. Oh, I've taken the station away here, so no, that was in the correct spot. Do feel like putting them all in the right place, even if they're not in use, because we might use them in the future, really. We redo the square. This one unlikely to redo, but could do. Sorry, that's N49 north. N49 north. There we go. That's right. That's good and that's good. Interesting. Maybe this is back in a spot where I knew I was supposed to fix them. Now that's not right. But that one is. Cool. Next row down. That's good. That's wrong. And that's good. That's wrong. That's good, but I want to put in... I've gone already. N49 south. Good and good. That's... should be that. They're good. Fix that one. And that one. Was there? Yeah, that one is there. And that's right, but that's missing a station, which is L49 south. That's fine. That one needs changing. There we go. It's good for there. Missed that. Is that good? Yeah. Down here, that one's good, and then the other direction's not got the adjacent, so it's different. It's fine. It's all good. Yep. All fine. You sure they're going to be good all the way across? Good. So can check north-south as well. The edges seem fine, I think. And then here, yeah, there are problems. Okay. Damn. Oh well. Let's go up and down and fix all them as well. There's good. Interesting. And there. Cool. Let's get the station put back here. So this again was N49. That's east. That one's good, that's done. Good, and oops, missed. There we go. That's good and that's good. And them, interesting, okay. The newer squares were correct. Maybe I already fixed them, possible. Down this way. That needs changing there, good, but that's missing a station. This is M52 East. Should be there. Oh, because this is the depot, the junctions are different. A little confusing, but that's fine. That's good. That one needs changing. They're good. That one's not. And here. That's good, but this needs a station adding back on. That is N49 west. And then the water is running where the rail should be. So I need to change that. But that's not good. All the way down. Okay. So for now, I'm going to leave that be. But we're going to fix that in a bit. I don't have the stuff on me to fix it properly, really. We need to come back here. Let's finish checking all of these signals north-south, and then come back and sort the water supply to the current power generation. Good, we're down the bottom. Head over one. I'm going to go crazy by the end of this, but that will be fine. At least everything will be correct. Worth having. There's good, there's bad. It's weird how there's no real pattern to which ones are wrong around the place. Which ones are right? Don't know. Blueprint has changed once or twice, so I updated it with things, so could be related. There's things like the depot where they're manually changed, so just missed it. Does make sense. There's good, there's not. This whole row is consistent as well, because I don't know. It is interesting. That's that one done though. On to the next. Running low on fuel now. Might not have enough. Where are we? Oh, the edges were fine, so this is the last one. We'll be okay. That's good, that's good. That's good, and that's not. That's not. And that is, okay. Just that, they're good. Fine there, fine there. Not there. How weird. But that one's good. That's not right. That one is okay. Good there and good there. There and good there. Okay, that's the end. So let's dump off the rubbish. Clear some space in the inventory for some pipe work. We'll sort the water supply to power out. We've got enough water fill to start something. Be nice. I'll bring the surfacing over as well. Try it out on that square. So unused rail in there. Keep the power poles, they're always relevant. All of this stuff can go away. We'll get fresh ones when we need it. We're going to use a landfill shortly, I think. I've got a robot missing. Must be slowly drifting towards me. Oh, the combinators didn't need them yet. That's all fine. Let's go grab some more fuel. Hopefully that robot just finds us eventually, at some point in life. Stand still long enough at some point. When I take a break, maybe. There's enough fuel to keep us going for a little while longer. This all appears to have stopped. No, that is running. It's not getting live explosives very fast, but we knew that. Because it's not getting explosives very fast, but nothing's broken, it's just the speed we built it at, I guess. Well, there's almost 300 there, that's not a bad start. Okay, I'm happy with that. We've been away a while, but still. Let's get some spare pipe just in case. maybe some spare offshores, just in case. And then servicing. Not going to fit much, am I? We can do something and then clear inventory and do more. Let's take as much as we can carry of that, put some in there, put it back and take the light stuff. So got a bunch of dark stuff there and light stuff there. I think what I want to try is the dark flooring underneath where the rails go, like the borders, and then the light stuff in the middle. We'll see how that goes. Oh, I need threw away all the rail stuff and I need it to fix the rail, but we can come back with some. Silly me. Okay, so if we start up here with the dark stuff, I can't do that because let's put some light stuff out then. So the border will be where the poles are, I guess. Let me reduce this. The internal, probably that big. And it'll go there. Maybe. I'm not overdoing it in case I want to change it actually, so let's just put some in. And then grab some of the darker flooring, and that would go here. Yeah, transition's fine. If we nudge it over one square, then that pole sits on the border. Do I prefer that or not? I don't know. No. I'd rather have the dark one under the poles. That's fine. Okay, so that's going to go... We're just doing this square, so we'll go halfway. Too far. Yep, that's right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, fine. And then the plan is to put water fill in the corner. Like all of the corners of every square. So if we need water, we just draw it out of the corner of... So like there, for example. And then we'd have a bit bigger than that. They can't go there because they overlap, so they'll be there and there. Although that's probably fine. 2 pumps in every corner. And even, you know, steal from the neighbour if you need to. But 2 pumps worth of water in every corner, so 8 pumps worth in every block is probably more than enough. Like way more than enough. So a little pool like that would be fine. If we make it bigger, I'm going to need landfill to undo it, which I've got. Oh, here's the robot. Make it bigger, it gets a bit close to that, but does make that central in the pool. Can't take from those edges, that's fine. We can't go any bigger than that. Be too close to the rail, without making it not a square, which I'd rather it was a square. Could put it like down here and here in order to have more, or you know, up here or whatever. That would let us get 2 pumps off with gaps in between and everything. Just a bit close to there then. No, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm happy with that. And that's that. Oh yeah, fine. So let's get water from there to the right place. 1 pump there. That irrelevant now. We'll just take all them away ultimately. Though we do need to find a way of, I've talked about it before, guaranteeing electrical supply here. Just for the pumps, which we might be able to do somehow. Can isolate this corner. But if we isolate all 4 corners, then the whole thing disconnects from the grid. So that's not really a solution. But yeah, I think we just need a backup power supply that keeps this moving slowly, or to ensure we never black out, which is yeah, unlikely with me. That's fine. So this one, where do we want to pump that to? Could just connect it into the middle or something. We're going to have all 4 corners though. Don't think it matters. We'll plug one from here into that corner and we'll just not use this one for now. I have 4 pumps connected then, and we've currently got 4 pumps connected, which is fine, other than this guaranteed electrical supply to the pump. Give that some thought while I extend this out. Could do the light bit in the future. It's like the whole centre needs paving over, which is a lot. Oh, that's interesting. Pipe is overlaying. That's okay. Because the way that we copy-pasted that, usually we would not build that close. Like the closest we build is where that belt is there, which is good. So there, the middle, yeah, good. No, is that the middle? 1, 2, 3, 1. There's the middle. It's interesting the way that the model doesn't quite look in the middle, but I think it's just the perspective of it. That is, yeah, good. And there's good, fine. Fill the edge and then we'll fill the middle. No, we won't. We'll run out. Okay. Let's get that pool put in. Don't stand in the pool while I'm putting it in. Them there, and then connect that to there. I think that's enough. I did put pumps in somewhere along here, didn't I? I vaguely remember. Yeah, there. Pumping it over to the right, which might be unnecessary now if I'm going to plug water in the far side as well. Probably will be. We can change that as well. But yeah, I'm happy to tear all this out now. And then we'll do those other corners. Go get some more dark ground, then do those other corners. All these bits of pipe work. Seems likely that I'll miss something. It'll show up later. No big deal. That's all good. Run speed's not quite as fast as flying, but not far off. Very similar, actually. I could be wrong on that front. I can get rid of that now that I've disabled radioactivity. Then that one there. Okay, that's good. What do I need then? Some signals. And some rail. And more dark flooring. Ah. There were 8 pumps. Okay. We can work with that still. Though cutting them off now might mean we're going to run short of power. We'll see. I just need to put some pumps somewhere else. That's good, that's good, okay. Yes, there are 8 rows and I put one into the end of every row. Which we won't be doing, but can do actually. It's an interesting idea. Could bring that one to there instead. Let's try that. Somehow. Not without making the pool bigger, maybe. I mean, this is an exceptional square because it's got a lot of water consumption, way more than anywhere else would have. We could put the pools in here instead. That's not what I wanted. There. More of than that, and then maybe just because this is a special one, we'll do it different. There and there. Appear to be getting more backplate out of that than I put in, but I could be crazy. That one's fed from there. Then this one's going to come down to the next one. Do the same from the bottom, and then the middle rows on the other side. Remove those pumps from the bottom. Still not exactly what I want. To bring those pumps down as well, I guess, is what I want. That's not going to happen. Not sure on this. Just digging enough to get 4 pumps pointing this way because that's what I want, and it's irrelevant whether it matches the other places then. I'm happy with this. Let's do this. That's not ideal the way they join, but I can't, well I can prevent that, like that, which I would prefer to. Bit ugly, but probably worth it, and they're not actually being used, so let's not even put them in. I'll leave the pool there, just for the symmetry. Yeah. And these are actually going to line up. All of them. Next to there, so they, we'll change that, yeah. Next to that one. And these are going to come further down. That one's going to go into there. That one into there, and then we've got 4 pumps that'll be in the bottom that'll come up to the next 4, and we'll do the same on the eastern edge, and then we won't need the pumps that are along the middle of the lines. So yeah, this we're going to do different. That one there. There. Fill that in with a dark one. Can't. I have to landfill it first, then fill it in with the dark one, and then doubt I've got enough to do there, have I? No. So let's just dig out some of this. Probably quicker to do the bots, but it's underneath things, but I'm not sure I can get them to just take it out. No big deal anyway. So if I'd done the shallow one, we could have walked across it. but I like the look of the deep one. That's not what I'm after. That's what I'm after. And then all the water in the middle. Finish off that edge there. All good. Pumps. There, 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 and there. Like that. Yep. It's all good. That one joining there. And these all in a row. Nice and neat. Next one there. These in a row. And there's that one. This should be the last one. So the next one should be connected already. No. There's one in the middle that's not connected to anywhere, so that's because there's 9 of them. Okay. Well, that's not a big deal. There should be enough flowing in from adjacent to fix it, especially if we do from the other side, because we weren't doing that before. There'll be sufficient water everywhere to feed into the central one. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, I think it will. I'm pretty sure it will. So that's no problem, really. More of the flooring needs fixing. Yeah, let's fix this rail, because I'll forget about that forever if I don't do it now. Go grab the rail bits and pieces and do that. Some signal still there. The rail is still in there, so that's helpful. Good thing the crushers weren't too fast. Where's the missing bits and pieces? Here we go, starting here. With that. Okay. Wasn't that much rail missing there. Those signals are gone, that's correct. They're gone, that's fine. Here is a train station. And here is... oh, fine. The signals are fine. Rail is fixed. Perfect. Let's go on a little journey then for more dark surface. Put that in there. That's now not needed at the moment. We'll go grab new ones. Likewise all of that. Keep all that though, get rid of them. Need them. That's all fine. More of the deep water fill and then some dark surfacing, and we'll do the other corners. And then try and fill in the gap if we've got enough surfacing to do it. I imagine us needing a lot more than we currently got. A warehouse full will not go far to filling like an entire one of these squares in. So maybe as we move things into their new squares, we'll increase the scale of this production as well significantly. It's not bad at the moment, just yeah. Maybe even just increasing the storage space of it would be worth it. Let more of it build up when we work on other things. Let's head to the corner. So it's like there, that's halfway. And then that's halfway. Awkward to build out because as you run off, on and off of the surface, your speed changes and go flying around. Okay, there's a Good amount of that. Get these rocks out of the way. Don't want them. Let's put in one there, and then the pumps. Got rid of all the pipes, didn't I? I need pipes. Silly me. Luckily, they haven't all been crushed yet. We're doing well today, tidying things up, getting this rail built in, this layout sorted, and we'll start applying this everywhere else, so it'll be nice. That one like that, and then like so. Could do under there, but that's fine. First one. Oh, we need to go over. Need to work out how we're going to do that. Because they're all the same, it doesn't flip over halfway across. Wouldn't really make sense to necessarily. Could do it, but kind of do feel like moving it. This isn't actually connected to anything, this tank. It's just plugged into the pipe that goes between all the buildings. So we could redo all this. I mean, that doesn't need to change. Move that one over. Put the tank in this end instead, just on the right hand edge. Feed more water into it here. It's probably best. Simplest, not trying to run the pipework through other pipework to get there. What I dug up from that end, yeah, fits perfectly that end. Okay, so I'm going to end up with a bit of wood in my inventory, but let's juggle them all around. I would like to. So start this end, move that back, come over to this end to take that out, and move that over. A bit of a weird juggling act, but there we go, we'll get it done. I won't confuse my robots too much. Move it halfway through. Need the belt from this side in order to build that side. And then need to put the tanks in on our way back up. Just a couple more to do, and we'll be fine. Ava Kenley, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Almost want to dig up here. Okay, so that's all going to flow fine. Just need to get them put down here and then plug them all in, obviously. On the middle one, quick. Yeah. Would put another pump in and into these balls and run another line down, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be okay without it. Pretty sure. last one from this pool to plug in. There we go. Head to the southern pool and get that sorted. Head to the southern maker pool and get that sorted. That's correct. And then there. Looks good. Try not to run on the railway lines if I can avoid it. It is, I don't know, maybe I need to make myself some armour plating or whatever it is that will help me survive a hit from a train, and then I won't need to worry about it. Is that too far over? No, that's the right spot. Looks fine. Okay, there's that, and then the water there and there. Then the pumps like so, and that one. Not like that. Like that, yeah. That into there. And that one into there. Where am I from? I'm from United Kingdom. Specifically from Suffolk. It's a county in the southeast of England. Box of stone. I don't really have the inventory space to get rid of it at the moment. Just probably going to live there forever instead. From the US. Oh, cool. Which state are you in? So we're out here. Bit mixed at the moment. Some days we're getting snow, other days we're getting, you know, sunshine and not hot. Maybe 15, 16 degrees Celsius at the moment, which isn't amazing. From Chicago. Oh, cool. Interesting. I think the snow is gone now. We've had a couple of days of it. I don't think it's going to come back. Just a bit weird really for the past couple of weeks. Water. So the water in the central tank is good. You know, at the moment we're not drawing all of the power out, but we're drawing enough that I think it's indicative. So, not bad. What do I do for a living? I do this at the moment. I left the job in November, and I've been streaming and making videos ever since then. So at the moment this is my full-time job. And you know, hopefully it can stay that way. If things continue to grow and continues to be interest, then I would like this to be my full-time job. But, you know, that depends on a lot of things. You know, if I have to go back and work, I'll go back and work. Obviously, that's necessary. Seems a lot of success here, especially on Twitch, but in general in this industry is just pure luck. So I spend most of my time just hoping, you know, that something will be popular, be successful, or that, you know, that people turn up and see something that interests them and stuff. It's all seems pretty random at the moment. Try and do these edges here without being nudged aside and overwriting something. Seems like a good spot. Or nudged, but not in the wrong direction. Let's clear these rocks out, actually, because they're going to bother me anyway. Don't really want them there at all. Money with your skills, let's see. Yeah, work, yeah. It's fair enough. And then watch streaming after. And that's how it was for me, you know, when I had a job before. I didn't have the energy, really, or the... I don't know what it was. I think it was energy, willpower maybe, to work my job for 40 hours a week, a little over that, usually. You know, maybe 42 hours a week, and then come home and do something else, like stream or make videos or anything, really. I had enough energy to come home, have dinner, and watch streams. So for a long time I've wanted to be streaming, but never found the time to do it alongside having a job. So it wasn't until I left that job that I felt capable of also like actually streaming myself or recording things as well. And if I, you know, if this isn't successful enough and I have to go back to doing a job, I'd quite like to do something part-time, you know, or less, so that less stressful perhaps, so that I could stream maybe one day or something. Because if I go back to doing a 40-hour week, then I know I won't be able to stream as well. If it, you know, if it is a normal stressful or whatever. You're running with graphic designing and then studying. Oh, interesting. What are you studying? Is it graphic design that you study as well? Studying arts, yeah, fair enough. We need more surface. Let's clear out the stones and wood and go get more, fill in that. Well, not sure we'll be able to fill in that entire square, but as much as we can. Would be nice and tidy. Probably don't need the landfill anymore. Unless I make a mistake, so let's keep it, just in case. I don't need the pumps and pipe anymore, that's done. Need more of the light stuff than the dark stuff, but I think we still need like a full inventory of dark stuff to finish this job. So why don't we just do a trip with a whole bunch of the dark flooring, do as much of that as we can, and then see what's next, what's left. Good work, catch you later. No worries at all, Ava Kenley. Thank you for stopping by. Nice to have a little chat. Hope you have a good work day, and see you again soon. Ooh, full inventory, of course. That will empty very quickly. If I stand in the middle, is that safe? Should be. See how it goes. do want to remove all of the rocks if we can. I know there's some, like, I don't know what they're called, doodads, I think might be the technical term, that you just can't remove, that will sit on top of the surfaces, so it'd be interesting to see whether this surface overwrites them as well. I hope it does. It'd be nice to just see this and know weird bits of stone or bits of tree. Seems to be overwriting everything we've come across so far. Good going. Lots of rocks around the place though. That was a weird one. As in, yeah, still doesn't reveal anything. Still really not sure. I'm set up a no delivery. Like not enough to land anything, which is unusual. Like, is that... I didn't say anything to say no, so why didn't they advertise anything? Like directly, I mean. Obviously they did indirectly. Yeah, seemed really real, but the name is a giveaway. For a long run, yeah, they'll be back and that's when they do it. I don't know. Just can't make heads or tails of it really, can we? Oh, you checked the links, fair enough. Yeah, weird. Twitter full of emote reposts from Etsy. Interesting one. Okay. Could just be real people who behave in a way that I don't understand. You know, young people or something. We're going to need a little bit more of the dark flooring to finish off this bottom bit. But it's pretty cool, actually. I like it. The look of the flooring and stuff, I mean. So yeah, a little bit more. Not sure of the number. Oh, and some on this edge. I haven't finished that edge. Okay, so probably a whole other inventory full to finish off the dark, and then a whole bunch of light. I don't intend to do all of the squares one after the other today. That would be a bit boring, so we'll do this one just to, you know, have one done, and then we'll probably need to wait for it to fill in those warehouses with more, to be honest. Yeah, it's one of them. See on the way past. Yeah, this isn't full. They're not crushing the barrels fast enough. It's not unexpected. Kind of figured it would be fine, but we're actually consuming a lot of lubricant, I guess. Nothing we can really do about that. It's something that concerns me in general. The amount of stuff we're going to be moving by barrel in the future. We're going to have a lot of barrels to dispose of. Because reusing them is, like, I just have no idea how to make reusing them viable. So we won't. We'll see. We'll just have a square that's full of crushers. All the barrels are delivered there. And 1,000 crushers, get rid of them. Could be fine. The middle. It is, yeah. Just doubting it there, but there's the right spot. Could... There's a chest of stone there. I thought it was in the east. Could be two. If I clear my inventory out, we'll dispose of them on the next trip. It's looking good. It's getting rid of all them little stony bits. I like it. Yeah, there is one here. I can take all of that now. Clear up more space to take the one that's down here in the south and clear that up as well. Oh, you don't belong there. Yeah, okay. Still going good. Few stones here still. Looks good for the dark flooring. Could use the leftover in my inventory to just like do the next square over part of it, but I think I'd rather keep it tidy and just have this one done. So we'll put that back. See if I can take that chest of stone away from the south here. There it is. Nope. Did I have to put that in there? Yes. Okay. Let's go get rid of all this stone. And then swap, yeah, the dark stuff for light stuff. I assume there's going to be space left in the warehouse to put the dark stuff back rather than having to destroy it, because don't need to be wasteful with it. Don't ever need to be wasteful, but I generally am. Let's give it all that. And that little bit of coal. That's fine. And then you bring that back out to put that back. Where are we? Just to the east here. How much is left? Quite a lot, actually. It's maybe 3 inventory fulls in a warehouse. 2.5, 3. We'll see. See how it goes. Just got to fill in the middle of the square with the lighter stuff, and then we'll have a square that is like done, like forever done. It's got the flooring, it's got the water supply within itself, and it's got something that's not ever going to move. Because this is self-contained and all it needs is water, there's no reason to take it away, even if we do make 1,000,000 gigawatts by other methods. I guess we could free up the square, but I don't think that's ever going to matter. The size the base is going to end up, one square isn't going to make a difference, no matter where it is. So, seems all good. Be nice to have one that's done, and then we'll move on to start another square. Like I say, I think making the blue belt and related items and assembly machines and whatever would be the next thing to do. Make them in the correct quantities somewhere, bigger scale than we're currently doing, and after that look at interplanetary logistics and setting up something more permanent for that. A square that makes hundreds of rocket parts, so we can consistently launch rockets all over the place all the time. So not entirely sure how that's going to work, but we'll find a way. Trying to do this square, but been nudged around by the buildings a bit, so I'm just painting it in now. Making sure not to miss any bits underneath the buildings. Even if you can't see them, I don't want holes. We make the brush bigger now that we're working in this area. Just finish this edge. Put a bit of a border then, and then yeah, we can make the brush bigger and try and fill in the middle. uses up a lot. Although the closer to the middle we get, the less each edge will take. Yeah, let's go full size. Can't reach it all. Can get the bots to help. We just blueprint the entire place from the sky. It's an idea. Our bots aren't particularly quick, so it might be slower than doing it ourselves, but because they can help, we can do some of it ourselves and what have you. Just going to paint it in and those robots can catch up to me at some point. When I'm done, probably. It is going to take a lot, actually. I think it's going to take more than we've got in that warehouse. There's a crazy amount of floor in every square. Okay. We'll get it done eventually. We will definitely scale up production of the flooring. Especially the lighter one. I think it's using a lot more than the darker one. Not even just a little more, but a lot more. From the looks of it. We didn't need to fly over, did I? Could have used maybe satellite mode to do this? Possibly. Oh well. No big deal. Oops. I say oops, that's fine. Doesn't matter if I'm building or blueprinting. Doesn't sound like I've missed any spots. Seems good. Let's get these robots back home. Gonna need a charge. Charged ones are gonna build. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, come on, robots. Can't reach an area that big, so might as well have the brush smaller. So that's 5, 6, 8, about that big I think we can reach. We need more charging. Okay, we're going to need Tesla coil to help us. Come on over, robots. Then we're going to need to go and get more. Why don't I put these things safe down here? Get out the mist from there when in a minute, and go get more of the light flooring, and then gradually come and fill this space in. Okay, robots are done. Let's get that built. These ones need a charge. Okay, there we go. There are the few odd bits I've picked up, and get another inventory full of flooring. There we go. Oh, how much will get done today. There's a few more trips of this to do. 1 or 2 before we'll just not have the flooring left to do it all. Come back to it in the future. Then we'll pick a square to restart the mall in and work on that. I don't think we'll finish it. At least decide on the scale, get the factory plan laid out properly, and then probably do the stations for the deliveries. So I need to make sure I get them right with the new designs that make them work properly. Yeah, robots are not much help. At their current speed and capacity and everything like that, pretty slow. They can't connect up with me if I run around putting some of the flooring down. Bit annoying. Which means they're going to run out of power too quick. Might have been a mistake asking the robots to do it. Oh well. This may be something I do off stream in the future anyway. Can't much see the point of streaming hours and hours of just placing flooring down. I don't even know where the robots have got to. There's only one of them. Interesting. Definitely won't catch up with me if I run on this surface. I can run faster than they can fly, which... yeah. Oh, here they come. They're just very, very tired. Ooh. Random chest with a bit of uranium ore. And I've run out of surfacing. Okay, let's go stand by a Tesla coil and let the robots come home. In fact, while we're waiting for them to come back and recharge, we are 2.5 hours in, so it'd be a good spot for me to just take a quick break. They can come back and charge. I'll go stretch my legs and everything like that. When I'm back, we'll, like I say, take another couple trips to just fill in what we can here. It won't be anywhere near all of it, but, you know, it'll be something. A good start. And then we'll find somewhere to start the new, you know, what's currently an M51. We might do some things different, like we might not put pulverizers and greenhouses in this one. But yeah, we'll start a new mall, probably up here nearby, I imagine. We'll see. And yeah, we'll start building in there. So yes, just give me 5 minutes and we'll carry on. I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back. Wando's doing a little rave. Lovely. Oh, have we got... Nope. Still not got the other emotes approved. Still can't do Wormsel 1 dance. I am sad. It's been like 2.5 weeks now. Let's go get more light flooring. Interesting. Still making the dark one when... Should make the one we've got less of, so I'd expect it to have been making the light one, but... It knows better than I do. I'll let the robots do it, but I don't know. Should be okay. Line things up right. They'll at least be good for making sure I didn't miss any spots. If the whole thing's blueprinted, then they'll be able to find it. Every spot and get it filled in. Ultimately. Yeah, they are slow. Interesting, they seem to be given an instruction to do one and then chase after me to get the thing, so they're flying like a long way back and forth. Oh well. And getting very sleepy in the process, of course. I'll build in what I can and they can catch up with me when I'm done. We'll recharge and then move on to the, well, one or two more trips till we've run out completely. Or, you know, maybe one more till I get bored of this and want to move on to actually making something. I do like having a pretty factory, but don't particularly like spending the time on it. And, you know, this flooring is very unnecessary because there's no real reason for us to run down the middle of here. The movement speed bonus isn't going to be of any benefit. Just want to be consistent. You know, ultimately we will do this to every single square in the grid. Just, you know, in the future we'll be able to make the servicing quicker. We'll be able to have roboports that cover huge areas, and they can just fill it in. You know, what, thousands of robots or whatever. Not too many. I need to look up how. There's a mod that causes the robots to crash if you have too many of them, I think, or too many instructions at the same time or something. So I need to look up what the rules are on that, so we don't overdo it with the robots. How far did we get? Done like 2 out of the 9 rows. Yeah, still 12 robots to find. Here they come. So what, an inventory full is like a row? interesting. So, absolute rough guess, 3 full warehouses are needed for every square. Should be fine. Ultimately, you know, scale up and make it that quick. Not a big problem. That's the last one. There we go. Go back and restock on flooring. That's everything that was there, okay. Yeah, it is still making the dark one. Is that up right? Yeah. Oh, because we need both, it's just going to carry on making the one that it's making, because we need both of them. Is that right? Well, yeah. I have kind of capped them at 500 stacks or whatever. Yeah. Because of the way I wanted to control the crafting combinator. Should do it differently, but won't. Until we, you know, redo production of that, and then we'll just make 2 separate lines and make both of them at the same time. Crafting combinator is a very cool mod, but not looking for excuses to use it. This last lot placed out then, and then yeah, we'll move on to some production. You know? The stuff I enjoy a lot. Simple production using products we already have to make things I already know what they do, and we just need to put a bunch of numbers together, which the factory planner will do for us. So should be fun stuff. We'll set up the train stations with the new proper layout and everything. See how that goes. Finished that row off. Yeah. Roughly. Then we're going. Let's get about a third of the way through it. There we go. These robots back, finish using the bits they've got, and then yeah, restock on our usual building supplies and get to work. Start planning out what we're going to do in that square. Guy coming from this way as well. And they're going to want to build a few more pieces out. And yeah, some point, I don't know, off stream, I can finish this square off. At some point in the future when we're able to manufacture on a bigger scale, we'll do the rest. Might, like I say, have that sandbox to make blueprints in. I will make a blueprint for this flooring. I can just stamp it down and let the robots do it gradually, square by square. Would be preferable. Okay, is that 50 robots? Good. Let's get all this out. We probably need to do some land filling actually before we can make anything once I decide where to go. I'm just going to put the leftover water fill with the water fill because it won't be being made that quick. Yeah, we'll want to keep it all safe. Good. Good going, you know, so far today. That's kind of nice and neat and tidy. A square, tidied up, all good. And all those other ones built in. And we're making the blue bits and pieces ready. So what we've got in M51 is a variety of stuff, logistical items and production buildings. I think I'd like to separate them. Put the production buildings in their own square, logistical items in one. That could mean combining some of what's in M52 and M51 together. So pipe and rail related things are all on this screen, in the logistics screen, and I kind of feel like making a mall for items on this screen. Might be a bit overkill because of, you know, roboports and robots, so maybe split that in half or split it even more. There's some things where we're just not going to make that many of them, like robots, for example. We're going to make robot, and roboport. We don't need a square just to do 3 things. Whereas with rail, we've got rail station, 2 types of signal, the new nuclear locomotives, wagons, combinators. I don't know, it's interesting. Could just do everything on this screen in one square, possibly. And then everything on this screen in the next square. Although that's, I mean, we want a lot of these things. Reactors and turbines and gas power stations maybe, and panels and accumulators and drills, and yeah, that's, I'm not sure I'll have enough space to do all of that in one square, so I think they will need splitting down. I think there's not many other things beyond that, so maybe like half of these items and half of these items then, which I'd be up for, like we have already. Things relating to rail go in a different one. Maybe things from this line down, rail, bots and logistics, not logistics, circuits, in a different square. So we're just going to do boxes, belts and belt related things, inserters and pipes, pipe related things, and poles, including Tesla coil. Sure, why not? Maybe not. Maybe Tesla coil goes with the rail stuff, like it currently is. Yeah, let's say that. Okay. Do we need bot related? No. Not at the moment. Provider chests and storage chests. Okay, so maybe the bot square would have more things. Not sure, but I think so for me, the thing we're going to do is use this northeast quadrant for all these things. And more, maybe. And then the south is going to be used for, like, processing things. Maybe. That spread stuff out. I mean, that's inevitable. I think things are going to end up spread out, whatever we do. So let's say this N52 is going to become our new one. We're not going to use that raw rare metals. We've got enough where we are at the moment, but we've got more in other directions, so we'll just build over that. And that little bit of copper. So I need to fill in this pool. Let's go grab all the landfill we can and fill in that pool first. Then we'll put together the factory plan for what we're actually going to do in that square. I think it will just be like warehouses. Maybe these 4 different sizes of warehouse as well. We haven't really used the smaller ones, but we could. That should do the job. I reckon, I mean, steel chest is pointless. We can build that by hand. very quickly and we're not using them. The other chests, the ones for the logistics network, we'll do with bots separately. So it is just warehouse. So maybe we do the flooring. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, I'm getting happy with the plan generally. Let's fill this in. Try not to miss any spots like that. Should do the corners as well, because we're going to need water, I assume. Something that we build in this square is going to need water. Might not. Oh, concrete will. So yeah, we should get a few bits of surface, I guess, to sort that out with. Could just put the water fill in and then be very careful when I put the surface in later, not to go over the edge. Although we couldn't, could we? Because you need to landfill it first. So that'll be fine. Okay. Bit of water fill needed. Might go on a journey to just clear out all of the trees and rocks in this square now as well. Because of how much they annoy me when I'm building. Oh, that's annoying. I've run out and need that much more. Okay. We'll go get that much more landfill. I could probably handcraft that much if I have materials to do so somewhere. I've got a bunch of sand here. Let's turn that into landfill by hand. Hopefully that'll be enough to fill in those gaps. And then grab water fill from here. This time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't want the 2 pools because this is not going to be a water heavy square. We'll do the little pool in the corner, like that. Oh, is that right? It is. Looks a bit funny without the surface around it, I guess. Looks much better with the surface. Get that last bit of landfill. There we go. Just check the map for any little blue dots. Yep, one to the north of us. Looks like it. That there fixes that. Good. The pool put into every corner. Fine. Neater in the sand, weirdly. There's the water supply for that square. We'll put the leftover back in a second. It's going to use up the last of this landfill I made. Over here. There we go. And then, yeah, mark. Don't want to get rid of the poles, so we'll have to do the ones between the poles separate. Just going to mark for deletion everything inside. Like that. And then up the edge. Just make sure we're not deleting any rail or anything. Down that way. All good. A few rocks there. And hopefully that's everything. Just need to go around and let the bots do it. Do the ones in the rails later when we surface them up or something. They're not going to get in the way of what I'm building now. Let's see what I'm covering. You know, when I bring up this tool, it lets me see the distance of my robots. And work up and down so we don't miss anything. Just like we're farming. Nothing here because it's all landfill from the looks of it. I get confused anytime I fly, which is a bit annoying. Understandable, but a bit annoying. Been good though. Although, yeah, most of today's sessions just been going back and forth and up and down and back and forth again and then up and down again. Would be nice to get stuck into actually building something in a bit. Hopefully. Might take hours just to plan it if I can't make a decision. But I doubt it. Little twigs, stumps. Got all of that already, okay. Definitely gonna need to clear these or get in the way of the station if we use the south one. Which would be a priority, I think, closer to the other stuff. I guess. Don't know, might need all four. Shouldn't do. We can fit 5, maybe even 6, if we move some of the power poles. Different resources at one train station. I don't think there are more than 18 different things we might want delivered. I doubt it. Well, sure, the most we've done so far is about 13, I think, in one square. We haven't really increased that. What have we added? Lithium, but that's not been needed. Barrels of petrol or heavy oil, but that's not needed either because we've got the lubricant being made separately rather than locally. Got a lot of inventory space to clear out all of these rocks. See how it goes. It's a lot of stone. Aim to waste that rare metal patch there, actually. It's not a bad, like, it is a good one. Would be a good one to tap and use, but I just, yeah, we got good empty squares around it, so it would be a bit of an outlier. We'll get more from elsewhere. It's not, it is infinite. I shouldn't get too upset about missing out on that one. Let's go deal with this big patch up here. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to move some of them down. Even that might not be enough. We'll see how it goes. Take a trip to the crusher and come back to finish off always. Don't see anything up there. Just a tree over there. Start heading south. Get rid of this big clump here. Lonely tree over there. Okay. Done that one. So just this set on the western edge here. done. Might have space. Looks okay. Done all that already. Yeah, looks good. So this lot down here. A few bits down there. I think we'll be okay. I reckon that's all cleared out. So that square is not going to have any things that get in the way when I try and start building. Hopefully. Just right a bit of here. Dump all that and that. Put the water fill back with its friends. I'm tempted to just grab a whole bunch of power poles and do the grid in the whole place to save time in the future too. Kind of think it's worth it. I don't think that's even enough to do it, but what we've done so far is just put the poles in where we're building, but it means I'm constantly building poles around as we go, which is, you know, not ideal. So if I just grid out the entire square, then job done. Maybe. Where can I copy from there? I can. Down to there. Line them up. Should be good. Yeah, looks fine. Do a few rows of that. Bit fiddly. Then I can copy all of that. Just a bunch of poles. Yeah, like probably massive overkill, but ooh, and that's double clicked by accident. Can I undo? Yes. Good. Still might be pretty cool to have. Be interesting in the future when we get the bigger substations, how they fit within the grid, whether they align nicely or actually a complete mess. Because if they're a complete mess, I'm probably just not going to use them. And we'll have grids like this forever. That's 2.1 thousand poles, and we picked up 2.4, so we should be able to build them all. Another few journeys up and down. I'll make sure I don't miss any. I think it's worth doing. And by the time we do the next square, that box will have filled back up and we'll have another 2 and a bit thousand poles we can place out in the next square. They build while I fly, they can. Just the recharging that doesn't go so well. If I fly too fast, it should be okay then. There's a range, can't quite do 5 rows. Well, just can. If I line myself up with a middle pole, I'll do 5 rows of them at once. Okay, so we get the poles in, then we get factory planner sorted. Work out exactly what we're trying to build here and how many. Which will be some guesswork as to what we can fit, because essentially want to fill this entire square in might be very much overkill. Because it's not like this is the last level, you know. Blue belt isn't the top level of belt. There are 2 more to come, but they'll be a long way in the future, and we'll probably have to do another large scale upgrading and streamlining by the time we've got them. So I don't think there's any problem with filling the entire square in. We don't need to leave room for adding stuff on in the end. could do, but it would be massive guesswork. Or we could look ahead at what the recipes are going to need, and it would be interesting. Leave space for them now, but yeah, rather not. Or would I? Would be interesting. But I think, yeah, not the right approach. Might not even have the buildings needed to make them. Comes a point where we could just build the poles as we build other stuff in. Just inventory space that concerns me with that. I think we can just finish. We're like halfway-ish, kind of. Yeah, it'll be fine. Mix it up a bit by going east-west for a while. I think I've got enough fuel to be doing this. It's burning quite a lot, not moving very fast, but it's also infinite. The robots in orbit building more platforming still says there's 601, which I think is just the cap. It means there's more than 600 still to place, so might be interesting to take a look at them in a second just to make sure they're still producing more platforming. We're going to want to have expanded the platform a lot before we next head up there. Make space for the planned overhaul of the logistics up there, a lot more landing pads, and then processing from there. Played around with the idea of putting a rail network in orbit as well, but I couldn't find a system I was really happy with. I think the only option would be to do one like down here, and like we're doing that down here, I don't feel the need to do another one. So orbit will probably stay as belt based, with a lot of delivery pads for rockets. Don't know, it'll be interesting, but that's some way in the distance. We've got a lot of work to do down here first. And then work to do on Hephaestus to get more vulcanite delivered. And then we'll need to find a planet with the other resources we're after. Cryonite, is that, I think, the next one? Then immersite or something? And so on, and so on. Till we've got every resource. Like we're getting there with these poles. Yeah, not many left in the inventory means almost done. Still got the fuel. Okay. And I guess making more journeys up and down is picking up any bits we missed, any trees and rocks that we may have missed in our journeys. The poles that we miss we can pick up as we're building around if they become relevant, or they can stay as ghosts forever if they're never relevant. Or until we get a robot network that covers everything down here. Not sure if we ever will, but it seems likely that I would eventually build a robot network that covers everything. Not necessarily to do logistic stuff, but to do construction stuff. Like being able to blueprint in an entire square like this and have robots build it instead of having to fly over it. Not sure if the roboports will be big enough to do that. Should be. As long as they overlap with each other, should be fine. Looks like the last row, column, whatever. There we go. I reckon that's all the poles built, so we can go put them away. Clear out that one bit of wood that appeared and then restock on the relevant stuff for making train stations and production lines and stuff like that. Good. The blue stuff as well. Exciting. Let's get rid of them. Actually, because of how many we took, they can go back in there. Perfect. And then that can go in there, and we can, yeah, stock up. So we're going to need a couple stacks of the bigger power poles in case we need the extra coverage. We're going to need a stack of the small ones just in case. We might need greenhouses, but I don't really think so. In fact, it would be quite nice to have a central wood production area with the wood on the rails. But, you know, we'll see. Don't need smelters. Might need pulverizers. Seems likely. Might need crushers as well. Deal with that when we come to it. Got a good number of assembly machine 3s ready. That's not bad going. Let's grab a few hundred. 500, let's say, of them. That's good. Very good start. Loader's nowhere near enough. Yeah, that's about what I expected. What's the hold up? Lack of lubricant at this point. Interesting. Do we have any spare crushers? We need some, basically. Got 2. Let's make some more. What do I need? Just iron and copper. That's a bunch of iron. That's a bunch of copper. No, that's a bunch of copper wire. That's copper. Sure. Make a whole bunch. And while we're waiting on them, so underground, got a whole chest full, lovely. Let's get a few hundred of them, a few hundred of them. All of that, I guess. I managed to clear out that chest, wonderful. A few hundred of them, a few hundred of them. It's good. We'll probably want some pipe work and stuff. Probably need some to work with, like water and lubricant and whatever. We'll see. So how am I going to do this? Need to move them away. Run a line down the middle or something. Not. That's okay. Okay. That tree out of the way. Move that up to there. Oh, I need to change my shortcuts for all these things, really. Make them more relevant. I haven't really bothered it before, but for the belt I do use my numbered shortcuts quite often. And pretty much only for the belt. Let's put loaders on 6. Assembly machine 3 on 7. Yeah, that's all good. It's about all I use in general. There we go. Now we're using blue belt. How terribly exciting. Bit of a waste here, but never mind. Oh, how far can a blue underground go? Oh, miles. That's going to be very fun. Unnecessary here, but, you know, in the future. more of them being crushed. We've made a few more crushes than this actually, so now that's unnecessary, isn't it? We'll keep some in case we need them for more relevant things. 8 should be okay. I have no idea, but it should at least quadruple the speed that this is untanking the lubricant, which should speed the loader production up a bit, although probably not enough. But, you know, a bit is significant. Get these built in and then finish collecting the bits and pieces we're going to need to construct with. Not got much inventory space, but work it out. We need warehouses, combinator, bit of pipe, just in case, I guess, and then tank, pump, offshore pump. Quite a few things, but there you go. That's improving that situation. Let's leave them to it. Tanks, pipe, underground pipe, offshore pump. We're not going to need a pump, are we? Maybe. Just in case. Flare stack. Unlikely. We'll come and get them if we need them. Chemical plant we could need. We'll take some, but probably will need to come back for more. Seems quite likely. These things, yeah, constant combinators. We're actually going to need quite a few decider and arithmetic combinators as well, which we're not making anywhere. So we need to sort that out. And then 2 stacks of them for what have you. Yeah. So if we're going to have... If we have to use all 4 stations, it's 8x4, 32 deciders and 36 arithmetic. Need a bunch of that. And more. So there's 32 deciders. Anywhere else I can get? Well, this is the fastest place I'm going to get green circuits from. That's quite a lot. Oh, I need more of that. There, 32 of them, 36 of them. Should do the job. I hope. Okay. So we'll craft them up, and then this is where we're going to work in. Ideal or not, don't really mind. A lot of oil above us. That's an interesting one for the future. Let's look at the factory plan for what we're going to do in N52. So blue belt, and we can juggle the numbers in a bit. Let's just pick something that feels like it might be right and then we'll adjust. It's not what I wanted. Misclicked. Belt, underground, and splitter, and loader. Loader is slower. Don't know how much slower. We want long-handled inserter, fast inserter, and then I think we do want to get maybe stack filter inserters. There's no point in making filter inserter, you might as well use stack filter inserter. There's no point in making stack inserter, you might as well use stack filter inserter. Is there any point in using a fast inserter if we could use a stack filter inserter? Fast is 864 degrees a second. Stack is 864 degrees a second, so it's the same speed as a fast. So other than the production cost to make one, you might as well use a stack filter inserter everywhere, all the time. And if you don't want to carry the stack, you just want to carry one, you can adjust that in the settings of the inserter. So the only reason to make fast is because it's cheaper to make. Whereas with long-handled, it obviously reaches further, moves a lot slower and everything, which is... I think later we get a fast long-handled one, but probably much later, so... Yeah, there's no point in making fast ones. If we're going to set up a large-scale production, let's just switch over to using stack filter inserters everywhere, except for where we need a long-handled one. That's fine. Yeah, these come later. So superior inserters and superior long inserter and superior long filter inserters. So yeah, those are what we'll end up moving to at some point in the future. Just out of curiosity. Immersium and iridium are needed for that. Okay. In the future. Then got all them. Small poles, because I'm still using them. Could switch to small iron poles. That's probably worth it. Because you need wood to make wooden poles. Oh, that's an interesting one. I mean, it's worth switching to substations, but we don't have a centralized production of wood. We could do one, just for the sake of having it, and then deliver it in on belts, but it'd be like the only thing using wood. I mean, what is wood used for? $104 recipes, so basic tech cards no longer needed. Unless I add more mods. Wood is used in coke production. That's interesting. Coke is always needed, so making a central wood production could be worth it. Shotguns, don't think they're needed. Making trees, no. First aid kits I don't care about. Making greenhouses, okay. Which we're probably not going to do in this square. So belting around the wood just for one thing is like what's on my mind. Small wooden electric poles, yeah. And then a bunch of different trees for the aesthetics of it. A lot of different trees, yeah. Wooden chest, yeah, medpack. Electronic circuits. Yeah, biomethanol, sure. So if we belted the wood around, we could use it to make green circuits instead of the stone. We've been using stone everywhere so far, and we'll undoubtedly need the stone brick for other things, which is why it's kind of relevant. So I do feel like using the iron ones instead is actually probably better if we'd done it from the start, for sure. I think we stick with wood. And we put the greenhouses here, locally, to make them. Need some medium-sized ones. I'm not going to worry about big ones or substations at the moment. Not really relevant. The Tesla coil I think I will put with rail-related things, because that's where we're going to have the radars as well, I guess. Maybe we'll go in with the robot-related things, whatever, really. Circuit network stuff will go separately, but surfaces I will do. So we often find ourselves just needing concrete randomly, so I'm going to have some just concrete production to go in a box. And maybe nice to have some hazard as well for making things pretty. That's an interesting idea. If it's about making it pretty, then the difference between hazard and refined hazard isn't significant to us, because that's like a speed thing, and if it's a speed thing, we'll use the reinforced plate. So maybe just some... hazard concrete we can convert by hand, right? Yeah, you can convert concrete to hazard by hand, so we'll just make concrete. and then black reinforced plate and light reinforced plate. Landfill we'll do elsewhere separately on a bigger scale. It would just take up too much space here, I think, to do enough at any kind of speed. And this isn't the place for water fill either. So that's kind of fine. Warehouse is needed. And yeah, the other types of... No, we'll put them somewhere else as well. That's fine to do, I think. Yeah, I'm happy to separate that. I think that's it. Keep it simple. Keep it focused. This square just does these things. Core logistical items. Happy with that. Before we start exploding them and looking at them, we need to change the preferences. Just remembered. We want to change some of these. One of these. Here they are. So crafting to machine 3. Basic crafting to 3. Advanced to 3. With fluid to 3. Electromagnetics can stay on the electromagnetic facility, I guess. Whatever that is. The others are what they are. Sure. Pulverizing, change to the pulverizer. Everything else looks okay. And then belt, change up to the express belts. Should be good. Right, so let's put them all down here. Then work out how we're going to work this out. So, oh, yeah, none of these numbers are good. I would like to set the numbers to be a machine at the end, and that's probably going to create some big requirements leading into it, and be like way more than we need. But it makes for nice round numbers. So, where's that? 150? Yeah, should put that at like 75. Sure. Should put that at 37.5 to make it one machine. Which is fine. Absolutely. Loaders. Maybe we'll do more, but that will cause crazy numbers. What is this? 8? Is 1.07. So 7.5 machines, yeah. 7.5 express loaders per minute. 50 big electric motor machines. I do feel like doubling that. Although what we've found so far is that the chest just fills up and is full forever. For long periods of time. So 7.5 per minute going to be okay? Probably. Initially, we might find ourselves wanting a lot more, a lot quicker, but actually, I think that'll be okay. $150 on there as well, sure. And there, how's that then? Stack inserters, one machine. Inserter parts, 8 machines, okay, no crazy numbers there. Fast inserters for that, just one machine, okay. Pretty good. 2 machines doing that. None of those numbers crazy. 16 making red circuits, it's big but it's not crazy. So that's fine, do 150 of them, I guess. I should see the pattern by now, it's 150 of everything, isn't it? It's fine. How much wood is that if we do give sand but not fertilizer? Only 4 greenhouses. Fine. Happy with that. Concrete is too much. There we go, 75 a minute. Fine. It's probably like tiny amounts of stuff, yeah. Could do more than that by having more machines at the end, but it's just to have some concrete because we're just constantly flying around needing concrete to build random new things. And they don't want refined concrete or higher level stuff, which is a bit weird, but fine. 150 on them is one machine as well. So they need refined concrete, which in turn needs concrete. 28 machines doing just concrete. 3 pulverizers. That's going to be big. Not crazy big, but big. Could do half a machine each, like we currently are. It makes light and black in, you know, switches between them. It's not, again, it's big numbers, but it's not crazy numbers to do both at the same time, so why not? Why not? It's going to be 15. No, it's going to be 12. Ooh, that's a weird one. We'll look at that in a second. If we've got 32 machines making concrete, do I need to put concrete on a separate line, really? No. If those back up, we'll have lots of concrete to use. So we can just take the concrete when it backs up from that production, I think is fine by me. It will occasionally happen, no matter how much storage I put in, we're not going to go through it that quick. It will back up and we'll end up with some concrete. So I think I'll remove concrete from here. We'll have that. That's fine. That's all of those lines. How many beams here? Not bad. Not bad. Big numbers, but not bad. It's a plan, at least, for what to make. So we're going to do it the more recent way we've done things, by doing each thing individually and locally. So we're not going to centralize like gear wheel production or anything like that, like we did the first time we started them all. Did not like how that ended up. This number does not end round, whatever I do. Why is that? Assembly machine 3s work at speed 1, right? No, 1.25, okay. So it's a significant step up in speed, which is wonderful, but it means the numbers are not round. They never are. Okay, so that recipe takes 6 seconds. Why can't I get a round number? 1 takes 6 seconds. 10 take a minute. Because we're at 1.25 speed. So 12 and a half. Yeah, I got you. Okay, cool. 12 and a half is one machine. Good. So exploding all of these things out to their constituent parts. Belt's pretty simple, turns out. I need numbers so we can combine them in the end for things like lubricant. Be interesting to just not put lubricant in but put it at the end. Yeah, is that possible? Remove it from there and then maybe at the end I can... we'll see. So for the underground, explode the belt and the underground out, sure. Then the belt and the underground, then the belt. Yep. That. Then those gear wheels, those beams. All good. Just, yeah, explode everything out now and see if anything interesting pops up, but in general just get everything ready and then we work out what we're doing. They need that splitter, that belt. Sure. Them, those gear wheels, those components from scratch, and those circuits with stone and cable. Okay. Yeah, I mean, actually pretty small numbers really. Just nice, you know, benefit of the faster machine is part of that, but also we're not really asking for anything crazy. Well, with the loaders we are, but they're inherently expensive. On purpose. Them, and then processing units, which combine the red and then combine green, but do motors need... Yeah, okay, so do the motor first. motor, yep. Blue, red, green. Fine. I think. Components. Gear wheels, cable, tablets. Yeah. And sulfuric acid, sure. But that's fine. Very little sulfuric acid, weirdly enough, but... And yeah, that's... See, this is... I've tried to get my head around this in the past and explain it, but this really annoys me about this combination of mods. And I don't think it's not like a conscious decision, it's just how things have ended up when they got mashed together, or just how things have ended up. But we're using 295 machines to make 7.5 express loaders per minute, which is perfectly fine. They're supposed to be expensive. There's exactly 50 machines making big electric motors, and exactly 12 small electric motors, and exactly 30, exactly 40. And some of them end up at half a machine is involved in this particular choice. If I change that to 15, then it wouldn't be half a machine, it would be rounded up. And copper cable and so on needing fractions of machines is understandable. Because sulfuric acid is a liquid, I can kind of get it. But then we end up with single cylinder engines involved in this being 0.04 of a machine and 0.03 of a machine making transport belt. It's not proportional to the other ingredients in a big way, like really disproportionate. It's just a bit weird. It's just how it is. We will build one machine and it will run slowly. Fine, not a problem, just weird. I would like a mod where all of the ingredients in every single recipe, all thousands of them in the mod, are more balanced, which is a lot to ask. So, I know. Still, that's fine. We're going to need to fit 295 machines out here just to make them. 84 to make the underground. It's quite a lot. What's the cause of that? 35 needed just to make gear wheels for it. Which is, yeah, to feed into the belt that goes into the underground. Fine. It's probably overkill, but we can fit them in this square, I think. I hope we can. I guess we'll see. We'll work in a priority order, and then if we can't fit things, we'll move to a new square, So belt and stuff first, and then if we've got room, we'll do the inserters. Which this one's dead simple-ish. Inserter parts from scratch, there we go, and then gear wheel, stick, and cable. Yep, good. So even that's... I mean, the numbers are nice, but that's a complicated chain just to get a long-handled inserter. It's like more complicated than some of the later stuff. Like blue belt. Don't know, it's interesting. So to make stack filter inserters, we need stack inserters, which need fast, which need regular, which need burner. Okay, that's not too bad. I was thinking maybe fast into filter into stack filter. No. Fast into stack. Okay, yeah, it's kind of fine. What have we got here? Need to explode them. Didn't need to, but okay. Red, green. And that's everything. So steel gear wheel, inserter parts. Yeah, need to come out. Okay, let's do that first, and then steel gear wheel, iron stick, electronic component, cable, tablet. It's pretty big. It is 115 machines. But like belts wise, The copper cable needs multiple belts, everything else does not. Some numbers close, interestingly, but yeah, not anything to worry about really. Just the amount of copper cable needs lots of belt feeds. Probably loaders for the speed of it, you know, with the amount we're trying to make. Interesting. This is going to be relatively simple. That one just needs sand, needs a fraction of a pulverizer. And there we go. That's fine. We need to get some greenhouses to do it. That's not an issue. This one is another reason to use the small iron poles, would be they're used in this recipe, so we could combine those lines, but no big deal. We've got wooden poles everywhere already, so rather keep them as such. What's the priority here? Maybe warehouse first? Yeah. That needs concrete. Steel beam, iron stick, sand. Not bad. 2 pulverizers for this many, but cool. That's all fine. And then reinforced plates. Kind of want to combine them, so they're not like 2 separate lines, but the reinforced concrete is all made together, which is another reason to use the crafting combinator to switch the recipe. Or I can just remove the light and double the dark, and then remember at the end one of those machines should actually be on light. The ingredients are the same. So yeah, reinforced concrete, sand. Interesting, not much more than the other one. Steel beam, iron stick. Actually, pretty simple, pretty fine. What's that belts wise? Yeah. Even the sand doesn't need a whole belt. That's all good. That's the plan then. We'll see how much of that we can actually fit here. I don't know. 295 machines. It's only the long rows, so advanced circuits needs to be split into 2 rows. It's how many rows it takes up and how many gaps between those rows that's going to affect the space it actually takes up, you know, from the way we've laid things out, like here. I mean, how many machines is that? Just as a guide, that's 258 machines. So we need more machines just to make the loaders than we have in this square. So we're going to need to squeeze them in a bit tighter if we can. We can squeeze the belts in a bit tighter, we know that, as long as we plan ahead. And we can, you know, do that turn later, and we can do this late, squeeze a third turn in. It's possible. Should be fine, I think. I think it'll all fit. Don't know, but I think. One thing I haven't done is combine all the lubricant, which I'm hoping that's stuck it right at the end. Yes, perfect. That's what I wanted. So we'll need 2 machines unbarreling, which means this many byproducts are made. What do I want to do with that? I want to know how many crushers I need to get rid of that, basically, which is, I don't need the planner to do that. I crush a barrel every 2 seconds, so we're going to need 20 crushers, 19 crushers to get rid of all those barrels, which is a hell of a shame. Especially considering, like, we use steel here, being able to recycle it would be nice. But it just doesn't, like, we've got the steel, the constant supply is not helpful. Really. No. Being able to feed it back into the rail network somehow would be helpful, would be good, but that doesn't really seem to be an option. Unless we could make it an option by adding to our steel production square a spot where we receive barrels and recycle them down and feed them in that way, with an overflow that crushes them if we have too many, too much. At the moment, you know, our steel isn't full. We could use it. We just need to get it back here, which means using one of these stations as an output of barrels, which we can do in this case, because we're unlikely to need, I mean, we can tell now, can't we? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 things we're delivering here, so we only need 3 of them. We only need 2 of them, really, if we did a 6 and a 5, but better to use 3 of them. And then barrels could go out the 4th, be taken back. I kind of like the idea. It's a bit of extra work to do. Just going to add it here as like a plan, to remember to do it at some point. So we will unbarrel the lubricant here, send the barrels to a train station, and then find a way for LTN to always send them to the same spot, because we need, that's complicated. I mean, we can set up a train that doesn't use LTN. It can be done, especially if we convert the stations, they're not LTN stations. Just have a train that goes back and forth all the time. It's not ideal. We needed to go to the depot to get refueled. Would like to make this theory work somehow. Somehow. But I don't know how. If the station at the other end is always requesting barrels because it wants millions, let's say it requests millions of barrels, then anytime there's barrels available, someone will be sent to carry them, I guess. Could mean a lot of wasted journeys if they come up here to collect 1 barrel because this place is desperate for them. As long as it's got space for them, it will request them. I think we can make it work with LTN. I think we can. There'll be a way, so we'll assume there is, and we'll work on that. But yes, we're going to have, if everything is being run through at maximum rate, which will never happen, but that's what we plan on, then this is what we need, the ingredients up the top here. 3 belts of steel, 7 belts of iron, half belts of these things. Just interesting idea, could run half belts down the bus. Can be done. 2 belts of brick, 7 of copper. Tiny amount of sulfur. Very tiny, interesting. Lost and found, hello, nice to see you again. Hope you're good. How goes it? Pretty good. You know, pretty good in general. Me doing pretty well in general, and Factorio going alright. Things to work out and everything, but you know, the fun stuff, really. Sulfur needs very, very little. And I'm assuming that's just to make some sulfuric acid. Yeah. Tiny amount. Interesting. Been a while since you played Factorio. Interesting. We've got a... I mean, it had been a while since I played until I started streaming it a few months ago. And got straight back into it. Lots of fun, even with vanilla, but now we're playing with a couple of mods that add a huge amount of depth to it. Probably too much, if I'm honest, for my taste, but still enjoying a lot of them, and you know, trying to push through the difficult parts in order to have more fun with it. But they're good, really good. And you know, Factorio in general is really good. I think everyone knows that. It's a very well received game. You know how we do. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure if we'll reach the end, but I would like to. what's in my mind at the moment is, if we need so little sulfur just to make some sulfuric acid, what if we made sulfuric acid somewhere else and barreled it up and delivered barrels of sulfuric acid here, unbarreled them, put the acid into pipelines, and then we're not making like a belt of sulfur for no reason. Although, in such a situation, why not just deliver the sulfur here? We've got the iron plate to make the acid. Not sure. SnowRunner likely. Yeah, that's... I don't think I would play it on my own, but I can really see the appeal of it. The fun involved in managing. I guess it is about managing some resources, like, you know, fuel and what have you. But I played the what was the first one called? I can't remember. Mudrunner was the second one, right? It's Mudrunner, SnowRunner from that. Spin Tires was the first one. Played a bit of that with some friends in the past, and yeah, really fun. I'm sure I'd have a great time in SnowRunner. If we make sulfuric acid somewhere else, we deliver in steel, iron plate and sulfur. It makes acid barrels, puts them on the network. Everyone's happy. Here, we need to unload the sulfur with the iron plate. It can be like the first thing we do on the bus, make the sulfuric acid, and then the sulfur doesn't need to go any further. That could work. Why I think I shouldn't put sulfuric acid into barrels is, in other squares we're going to need sulfur and we're going to need sulfuric acid. And pretty much everywhere we're going to have iron plate, so yeah, I don't think we change that. I think we just make the acid early so the sulfur doesn't get belted miles for no reason. Yeah, that's fine. I think, therefore, 2 stations with 5 items being delivered. So steel, iron, plastic, glass, silicon. Then stone, brick, copper, metal, sulfur, stone. And then the third one we just have lubricant barrels delivered. They're unbarreled. The barrels are sent to the 4th one and sent away. But they're done on their own. Maybe. Yeah. The other option is, you know, 4, 4, 3. But then we're going to have long belts of stuff. We can unload 5 things in the same location. I did some testing of that at one point, and it's fine. With the request numbers that we're doing at the moment, we request when things drop below half a train, we get another train full delivered, and that's good for 5 items. I think even for 6. The problem with requesting 6 items is this pole is in the way, and I don't really want to move it if I can avoid that. We will need to account for the fact we need 7 belts of iron and 7 belts of copper. I'm quite tempted to make the loaders first, because after that we only need 2 belts of copper. So we could shrink the bus down quite a lot after we've done express loaders. And it's the only bit using sulfuric acid as well, so that's pretty tempting. To just do them first. Let's do it. Why not? No reason not to, so why not? That's fine. It's fine. Good. So we'll unload iron and copper at different locations to try and shrink the unloading station down a bit. And then, yeah, try and just balance the number of lines so they're the same coming out of everywhere. Not that we can. do want to know, so silicon and plastic and glass, are they only being used to make red circuits, electronic components? So plastic, glass and silicon are there. Then nowhere else. Here. Electronic components, yeah. Not there, they are used there, but it's for electronic components. And that's it, yeah, for any of them. So they, once they're unloaded, they can be put onto a combined belt and taken down the bus on a combined belt, because they're only ever going to be used combined. So silicon and plastic can just be combined at the start and sent down to reduce space used. Stone is all being turned into sand, I assume. Could do that at the start if the amount of sand is manageable. Can I find it here? It's all going to be for the last stuff, isn't it? So that is 0.014 of a belt. Plus 0.444 and 0.463. I think it might be. Was it 0.014? Yeah, 0.921 of a belt. So it's 2.6, 2.64. So if we put 3 pulverizers at the start, we could turn the stone into sand and bust the sand. It will tidy things up a bit to do that. I don't think there's anything else there that can be combined or reduced. I mean, the rare metals are just for making processing units, but that's what they are. They're not shared with anything else in that process. So yeah, okay. We'll have the combined belt with the one where the steel is coming, because that's more than, say, the stone brick, which is 2. That's 3. Fine. I'm getting my head around it, just about. What needs to be done here? Well, get started, I guess. Let's get the stations built. Not necessarily connected and configured, but built out. Gonna need more loaders. A lot more loaders. But, you know, some will have been made in the time it's taken me to come up with this plan and everything. You can just work out one of these stations before the end of today's session. Get it planned and built and work out the balancing and then how the outputs are going to go. My plan is similar to what we did in M52 and N51, which is unload in the west and north, take the west northward and the north westward, and then send the line down the left hand side, the bus down the left hand side, and you know, similar to the layout in both of those, down and then up again and down again if we need to. And then the lubricant, I guess, will unload in the east, unbarrel it to send the barrels to the south to be taken away, and pump the lubricant. I mean, it can go up and over, or it can go, don't know really. If we unload it in the south, we can just pump it up and use it kind of in contra flow. Don't like that idea too much. Rather, yeah, get it unloaded and then pumped around to the top of the line and down with everything else. Yeah, it's going to be a big bus, but like I say, we can shrink it after. By the time it makes a turn at the bottom, it will be a lot smaller, because we're going to consume a lot of the top end on purpose. Okay, I need to build them to set their filters, which I'd like to do to plan it properly. So let's see how many we've got ready to use. We improved lubricant flow here, so another 46. It's not great. But if we get production of these set up first, then they'll come through quicker. Wrong one. So we're going to do iron, steel, plastic, silicon, glass. That's what we're going to do here. Iron, steel, plastic, silicon. Let's do that a bit different. Glass, then plastic, then silicon. Is what we're going to have. I need to look at... Which one was it? This one? No. That one. Copy... that. Okay, it's just that. Yeah. So there-ish. Change that for blue one, and that for blue one. And that's iron. Okay, they all need that first and foremost, and bigger power poles here. Sort that out now. I know Lotus, but that's fine for now. We can dismantle some of them if we need to play around with them down here. So that is steel, glass, plastic, and silicon. Good. And we need to work out how. So that one can just forward and up. Not like that. Depends on how many we need, how many lines of each we need. So these are all not going to combine these until the end. So it's 1, 1, and 1. They can go there. Then the steel is 3. It's going to be there, and then we'll add on, be there and there. The iron is 7. Can we do this differently? Could put one of the steel here, 2 there, but that makes it harder to combine them. So I'd rather they were there. And then 7 is awkward as hell. It's probably going to be... I mean, yeah, I'll have to go there. And then going out further. Again, we'll ghost it all in to see where it ends and stuff like that, but that's where that line is going to go there. Then have a copy of that on this one. That goes there. This does not work. Okay. Have to leave a gap. So we need to spread them more. Even though these 3 are just singles, they need to be spread out to join things. That needs to go under there. So that could go under there. Is an option. That could then go there. The next one here, which isn't ideal, but it's something. Not bad. It's going to end up something like that anyway, whatever we do. So that would then go there. And that go there. Next one up. That would go under, and to follow the pattern that would too. Goes into there, and that. Okay, so if we change what goes under, we can fit things a bit tighter. Not anything spectacular, but I think before we've had to have a gap in between. If the, in this case, east-west was going under, having the north-south go under is better. If it can continue all the way like that, which I'm pretty sure it can. Seems fine. That then, let's copy to there, and we have a problem immediately. Okay. Okay, doesn't work. This needs to move one to the right to begin with. Because what we... There's not enough gap in between the two warehouses if we're doing all 5, or if we were doing 6, to have it like this. This would go to there. And this one can't do anything. Can't run through. We also can't send it under because the left-hand edge of this splitter feeds onto that line, which we have had a problem with in the past, so that's no good. That whole thing is no good. We need to start again. Just for the sake of my brain, it's no good trying to juggle it. Start this layout afresh. 1 second. Okay. So that just needs to move out 1, like that. That lets us then go under to wherever it needs to go. That's going to go to there, and then that one there, and so on. The next one over. Go like that only if we send these under. So we're going to have multiple things going under, which is fine. Or we're able to go over one. Doesn't really make much of a difference either way. In which case, might as well send it over one. Like that, and then that goes under and joins. Now that goes under, joins there. Could shorten that, but that's not. The others are going to go under 2. Let's put them all in a row there. So next one over, same deal, leave a gap and move it back 1, so it'll be there. That goes to there, joins, this comes to here. Would be fine like that, yeah, okay. And then next one down is the steel that we're going to form 3 lines on, which there's 1, 2, 3, that's no good. Need to leave a gap, so it's going to be there. Fine, don't like being so close to the pole, but it's temporary, really, just for the unloading. So that would also go under to there, join with that one. And how it gets into 3 is sorted out over here. That's no good. Because it's joining like that. That's 1, 2, 3, and the pole is there. That's a problem. Can only move it to the left if we like send that under as well, which we can do. Not a huge fan of it, but it looks like it'll work. Do that in a lot of these areas. Or we send it out to the next gap and 9 even further over. That just restricts the amount of space in the square overall to do everything we're planning to do here, unfortunately. We do want to reduce that, essentially, as much as we can. So we just live with the pole being there and keep going under it. It's one option. Not a good one. Or yeah, move it over. Iron over here. Iron's going to be a problem regardless because it needs 7 and there's only 6 gaps in the middle there. Which, yeah, probably turn it into a 4 and a 3 maybe. Don't know. We squeeze them all, put it in line with the poles, and that's that. I mean, we can take the poles away as well. That is an option. Not a fan of that either, but can be done. We'll see. So what we need to do is form the second line. Where the second line joins, and push the space. So the first line gets pushed to the outside, the second line gets pushed to the new line. And when the third one comes over, same again. Push the outside to the new outside, the inside to the new middle, and the new one to the third line. Should be fine. In this case, each belt is not going to be full, it's going to be 1/8 of a belt. So we don't need to do it now, but it's probably most helpful to do it now. Could wait till we got further down, but no, I'd rather just do it now. Run unnecessary line if we have to. Not a problem. Let's say that goes there, and then if we're going to just squish everything in, the next one will be, if that's the third line, one away and back there. And I'll go there, and I'll come under to here. Yeah, that's right. That goes that way. That's the second line though, so like so. And that's just going to keep going until there's 7 of them. Then when we get to the end and everything's combined and will be balanced, we then wiggle them around to spread them between the gaps like I usually do for the layout. That's fine. This is fine. That's where the next one of them is. Enjoying that. Yeah, good. Okay. Can I copy paste yet? Doesn't look like it. The outside will change every time, but that's... I copy that much. Looks fine. Give it a go. See how much of a mess it makes. You're missing bits. Pull them in. Steel's already the 3 lines that it needs to be, so that doesn't need changing at all. The outside needs sorting out. Something's caused increased demand for vulcanite blocks, which is interesting. We just don't have any. It's a bit of a distraction, I know, but this place has got some and is flowing short. Okay. It's got plenty of pyroflux, so it's backed up on pyroflux. So whatever the throughput issue causing the last machine to not run is not because of vulcanite. Presumably it must be because of iron. Which also looks fine. A miscalculation, perhaps. Okay, not going to worry about it. Why is vulcanite not available? Production of vulcanite has stopped because we're not crushing the enriched stuff fast enough. Still not crushing the enriched stuff fast enough. So system's backed up and stopped entirely. I don't know what to do about it, really. We've talked about before in previous sessions how much this annoys me, where your byproducts can cause a backlog that brings everything to a stop, and you've got no simple out for it, no way of just using them constructively. The enrichment process naturally isn't well balanced. By design, it creates more and more. So unless you can get exactly the right balance, you'll somehow magically you end up with this situation. We're not consuming one of them as fast as the other, and the only option then is to void it. You know, to take it and in this case crush it into nothing. but evidently we just need more and more of them. So I'm kind of tempted to get another mod that adds a better void option, like just a box that deletes everything that goes into it quicker. Because this isn't, like, it's just not interesting. I don't, unless I'm missing something. I just don't know what you're supposed to do here. All I can think is you add more crushers, which fine, but they're like big and boring. So why not simplify it with a crusher that operates 10 times faster than this or whatever? I don't know. I might be missing something, but yeah. It at least answers the question. We're short of it because of a problem in the enrichment process here, which presumably when we start doing nuclears, we're also going to have this problem of the enrichment will create too much of one and not enough of the other. And we'll need a ton of crushers to fix it. Oh well, it is what it is. We'll just leave it to be short for a while. Or forever, you know, but for now. Till we redo that, and we can redo it with a lot more crushers. Okay. There's a third, so that's where the 4th line is added, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. Doesn't seem right. That's where the 4th line, 5th line, 6th line, 7th line. Yeah, no. There are 8 in total, so I'd expect the last line to be added there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. Plug them in, see if I can work out why. That's the 1st, this is the 2nd, here's the 3rd, here's the 4th. The 5th. Got a problem. There's the 6th, therefore there's the 7th. Bit messy because of where the pole falls, but it'll still do the job right. Push everything to the right hand side to let the new line come in. That's in 7 already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's adding the 7th line. Am I crazy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'm crazy. I've built too many. Because I've started too far forward. Okay. So let's cut the last one. Fine. Clear it out, and then we're gonna cut and paste all this and move it up to where it's supposed to be. Does at least explain why those numbers were not making sense, because they were wrong. Oh, it looks like I don't have enough robots to do this. They're all waiting for someone to dig up the stuff underneath where they're trying to build. Clever robots. Yeah, if I fly, it resets them, then maybe they'll come back and pick something more sensible to do. You can try that if it happens again. So there's arithmetic. We're going to want the other one there. Just does each divided by 8. And I'll put each, yeah. We'll wire all that up at some point. A lot of these aren't actually changing, so they... Oh, they are changing. No, they're not. Okay. The warehouse, for example, they didn't need to take it away and put it back because it's the same building. But I guess they do for how it works. They'll get it sorted eventually. Seem to prioritise taking away now, which is good. I'm not sure all the robots are there, so I'm still... don't know. Just, they're not particularly quick, I guess, is what I'm saying. Oh well. Now they're not building. Oh, they haven't. I don't have enough combinators to build this. Did I do the math wrong? I did do the math wrong. I worked it out on the basis of using one of each per warehouse, when in this case we're using 5 of each per warehouse. We're going to need a lot more combinators. That does explain that. Okay. It's got no power in my backpack. That should be why the robots are sleepy, so let's recharge. Sped up. Pass this sorted out and then we'll go get well, the ingredients we need to make more combinators. It's going to need like a couple hundred of each. Isn't bad, they're cheap to make. Might have been an idea to set up production of those along with everything else we set up at the start. That little ad hoc bits and pieces. So they're no longer needed. This is the last one. With the 7 rows there. That just needs a splitter. That will be everything being unloaded at this station. Bring forward one more like that. So at this point we'll juggle them over into a better organised bus line that will run up and then over the top and back down again, along with everything else that's being delivered at the top. But that's, you know, that's that. Just need to get yeah, green circuits and copper cable, which are available here. Don't seem to be enough, really. I'm going to hunt around for more green circuits around the place. Around them, there must be some. Well, there must be loads all over the place. Few there, not many. Check the next square down. Well, yeah, there's a whole line of them here, isn't there? I remember. Stand here and get to a lot. Oh, although that's also apparently not the problem. Okay. More copper cable needed too, which is right next to it here. That's more like it. Keep grabbing. We'll go for like 200 of each. There's not what I'm after. Lost count, but there's roughly 200 deciders. Won't take long to make, half a second each. Fine. Just quite expensive on. Needing 5 each. Ingredient. Starting to slow down on the supply now. There was a lot backlogged on these lines. It was a very messy way of doing things, which not a fan of it, is why we moved away from that design. There we go, there's 200 arithmetics as well. That should do the job for this square at least. And then we can factor in the production of them into the next square or the one after, whenever it is. Okay, so could do with some loaders as well. Let's go see how many of them have been made ready in this time, and then get everything wired up and what have you. I like to get the things delivered so I can see where they are on the belt, which belt is which, and make sure everything is connected properly. 24, what is wrong? That is slower than it was going. Just the speed that we make these. Shorter processing units, that's all it is. Okay. That's how many were made. That's how many were made. Might possibly leave the game running overnight at some point to get a bunch of them made. How's that? Just not enough. Let me prioritize. We'll have fewer on the unloading bits. That's everything built, and then we can put these back. That's all good. Do the wiring. So we need red between all of them and into the station and into the back of that arithmetic combinator. From there, don't know why I didn't copy, but reads into the back of the deciders. Check that over here. Why didn't it copy across? It copied the whole lot. It should have brought the red wire with it. Never mind. But yeah, across the back of the deciders. All of the deciders. Good, so that gives them the average, and then green needs to go from the warehouse to the back of the arithmetic and across just that warehouse's one, so that we can compare that warehouse's signals to the average signals. Good. Which controls these belts. Yep, they're all configured fine. And that will mean we unload in a perfectly balanced manner, even across 7 belts from 8 inputs, I hope. And the splitters are not here to balance anything. That missing bit of belt is going to need to go in. Splitters are here just to shove the stuff out of the way. It's their purpose. move everything to the outside so the new line can run in safely regardless of what else is coming. Should be good if I haven't missed any more bits of belt. Which I've missed a splitter there. There we go. That's why that was missing. Fine. And we'll see when it's up and running whether it's good or not. So that's all fine. We just need to configure it. So train configuration first. And then request. We want iron plate. 16,000. Is that the number we've been using? Let me just do that math again. So there's 100 in a stack, which means a train is, or a wagon is 40 of them. 4,000 in a wagon. 8 wagons. Train is 32,000. We want to replenish when we get to half, so 16 is correct. Steel is the same. Glass is double that because there's 200 in a stack. We could just request less. Trigger at a lower point. Consumption is going to be really low. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. Stick with the same process. Silicon is going to be half because that comes in stacks of 50. And plastic comes in stacks of 100, so that's going to be 16,000. Good. Didn't see a signal saying they're coming because I didn't do that tiny bit of green wire from the combinator to the light. And now they're coming to deliver things. Perfect. One thing at a time, which, like I say, once it's actually got stuff here, that won't matter. But they only send one at a time. But you know, we could speed that up. I can change the maximum signal here to be all 5 things, and it should task all 4 other trains to go. There you go. So they'll go collect, and then they'll end up causing a traffic jam probably, which, you know, that may be a mistake, but it at least illustrates the point I was making about how that signal works. Okay. Not much time left in the session today. Don't want to go too long. But we do want to just get these organised. So that's going to be there. And then steel will be... Again, I'd rather not split them if we can avoid it. But that's going to be kind of awkward when we come to make the the bus itself. That's a layout, but well, something from the other station can join there, and then so on. It's going to be a very wide bus. This is like half of it in 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus liquids. First machines are going to be on that line. And then they're going to go a long way. I think we're only going to go down and up once, maybe 2 columns of buildings. Not sure we will fit everything. Not sure. We'll see. It's no big deal. Just need to move these forward. Make room to wiggle everything around. They're going to go to there. One's going to be a bit awkward, but we'll go to there. We can... yeah, can't do any better than that. Can do. Move the silicon down 1. And all the others. Pushed around on this belt, don't I? Need to get that equipment that stops that from happening, really. Got pushed around quite a bit on the red belt, so the blue's going to be worse. Get that to there, that's better. good. That one's going through there to line up, which is fine, I guess. We'll live. I caused a terrible traffic jam. This train just hasn't left yet because the back ones take a bit longer to unload, of course. And then that train will go in and everyone will be happy. What I was going to do, we can do it here. Somehow. Combine these two lines. Just stop them there for a second. Completely forgot about that. It would free up some space on the bus. Combine them like here, maybe? Yeah, there. We'd move them over to the right one. Or right two. Sure. Let's do that. I want them to go there. It's going to go there. Dig all them up. Got a bunch of junk in my inventory, but okay. We'll clear that out in a bit. That's good. Stuff is here. Don't know if it's going to be unloading properly. Do know everything's configured fine, so some of them have stopped, which is a good sign. Suggests things are working right. Interesting how the outside lanes there are empty though. Don't know. No big deal. Need more loaders, you know, like we say, always need more loaders. Had that problem when we started using the red ones and everything. It's no big deal. We'll get through it when we set things up here and start making them at a good pace. But yeah, I think that's like good for today, for one session. And our push to streamline and reorganize things here better. We've tidied up how N49 was organized. It now gets water from inside itself thanks to the water fill, and it's been surfaced a bit just to prove how that design's going to go. Still a bunch of surface to put in, but we need to make that. But yeah, it looks much nicer, tidier. I really like the idea of that design and the two colours that the mod lets you have, thankfully. So we'll carry that on when we have enough surface to do that everywhere, and then, you know, just working out general other stuff, getting started here in N52 with the move over, with the plans here, getting ourselves some of the blue stuff and what have you that we did right at the start to kickstart things a bit towards the faster end. Nice to have. And then yeah, the plan of attack here in this square, not sure if it is going to fit, really don't know, but we'll give it a good shot to do it nice and compact and neat, see how it goes, and then move on. You know, we can then strip out part of M52, or maybe all of M52, and then start fitting in different things there for that part of the mall. And then we've got M52 and N51 that also need sorting out and tidying up. All of the supplying lines need changing, the way we do things, so we don't make 4 different products in one square like we are wherever it is. Somewhere. Wherever we make like plastic and, yeah, here, isn't it? We're making sulfur and plastic in the same square, so we're going to change that by barreling up more of the oil related stuff, so still got that ahead. And a whole bunch of other stuff. Getting everything we produce into rockets as well as trains is another big task to come, which I'm looking forward to, actually. Getting that interplanetary logistics improved a lot will let us then go to Hephaestus with a good logistical backing to get more of the vulcanite we need, and then we'll work out what on earth we're going to do with the enrichment of that to make it flow okay. But you know, there's a lot ahead, which is nice to really kind of know better where we're going. And like today, we just spud off a little chunk at a time. Next session we'll finish off N52 and then we go from there, you know, little chunk by little chunk. It's going pretty good. So happy with today's progress and progress in general. Let's drop a save in and wrap the stream up for tonight. Another nice chill one tonight. Thank you very much, anyone who has joined, the chatters, the lurkers as well, everyone who's popped by, and of course everyone who's catching this later on YouTube. Still quite a popular series over there, which is lovely to see. Really do appreciate the support there as well as here. Do come join us on Twitch, drop a follow here and watch us live sometimes. That helps a big amount as well. So yeah, thank you as always. Factorio will be back on Saturday, so Saturday at 4 PM like usual. We'll carry on with these plans of refitting the base out and improving everything that's going on here. And I will be back for next stream tomorrow, again like usual, tomorrow 4 PM. I had a good time playing RimWorld on Sunday, so I've decided we'll carry on playing that in that slot. So tomorrow we'll carry on with our little relaxed, relatively relaxed colony in RimWorld and see how that goes. Fun time. But yes, let's look at what we're going to do for the rest of tonight. Who can we raid over to? A few people online. Lime is on. They've been away a while, though that game doesn't interest me so much. Shadow's playing Don't Starve. That's interesting. Norin's doing some Hades. That's also interesting. Norin doesn't stream often, but I've seen him online a few times. I'd like to check that out for the rest of my evening before I go to bed, so let's raid to Norin. Check he's still there, of course. Always forget to do that. Get through the ads and check they're playing. Perfect. Good. So yes, thank you again. Whatever you're up to next after the raid, do have a lovely evening. Hope you have a good one, and hope to see everyone again soon. Have a good one.